problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having
Yo. What up, though? All right, we're going to try to keep this a little tight today. Out of you. We have the some stuff to go over. Just 2 news articles for today. Then we have a short video on an automated port in China. A longer video that is going to consume the rest of our day. And then we will be talking with Zero in their Twitter space. So that is the plan for today. What up, Lenny? How we doing? Welcome, welcome. All right. So first things firstly, let us knock out these two news items. We'll talk about this one first. All right. This was shared to the Discord by community member Valpo. The Biden-Harris administration announces new NIST public working group on AI. We watched the video the other day about the risk management framework, and it, at least being as generous as we can, it looks like the administration is at least moving somewhat quickly, as quickly as our government will allow, to begin, addressing things around AI. So that's good. Cautiously optimistic is our watchword. This new group is especially timely considering the... Oh, hold on. Didn't do the thing. Boop. 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 Okay. This new group is especially timely considering the unprecedented speed, scale, and potential impact of generative AI and its potential to revolutionize many industries and society more broadly. We want to identify and develop tools to better understand and manage those risks, and we hope to attract broad participation in this new group. In the midterm, the working group will support NIST's work on testing, evaluation, and measurement related to generative AI. This will include support of NIST's participation in the AI Village at 2023 DEF CON, the longest running and largest computer security and hacking conference. And there is a public aspect. This is the public, those interested in joining the NIST Generative AI Public Working Group, which will be facilitated via a collaborative online workspace, should complete this form no later than July 9th. Participants will have the opportunity to choose to help the generative AI profile or the AI RMF as part of their contributions to the group. Again, this is located in the Discord under AI and AI machine learning. So, feel free to check it out and look to see, review this. Yes, Ferret. Review this, look at the form, see if you have the skills, to participate. I haven't looked at the form myself, but I assume that there's some, entry level requirements and like that. And then, yeah, okay. No, we already covered that. Okay. Oh, real quick, let me show you this. This is a new thing. Let me do it this way. Switch back over here. And just create a quick new window, temporary. Oh. Here we go. Is also in the Discord. There is a new. So I was doing the at everyone to let you know when I went live, and somebody told me that might be like a faux pas or whatever. So I wanted to create an option. Right above Glovis Live in the streaming section, there is a button here. If you want to be notified when I go live, you click this button. It will send an automatic notification to your Discord to let you know that I have gone live. That's it. Yeah. I want to make sure that I'm like, I don't want to overstep, but at the same time, I want to facilitate people obviously knowing when I go live. Just pointing again to the fact that the sub goal. Point to the sub goal, Ferris. So if you got it like that, you're interested in supporting the stream, please consider either subbing yourself or gifting a sub to one of our community members. I appreciate every one of you. All right, back to the news. The other item for today is a personal interest story. You know that I'm interested in board games. I have many board games.
It is like any other shiny new toy. AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
Letty, my man, 50 grand.
It is like any other shiny
I appreciate
new
you.
toy. AI is ultimately a mirror,
that was
and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
Seriously, like y'all.
Like any other shiny new toy, AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
Gonna go through everyone. One more. Okay, another.
Like
nope.
any other shiny new toy, AI is ultimately a
That's
mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
Now we're done. Like Lenny's one of my day ones.
Like any other shiny new toy, AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
Lenny's one of my day ones. He's got that founder badge, like, supported me from the beginning, has his own command in chat. Exclamation point Lenny. Go follow Lenny's YouTube channel. Truly a god amongst men. Really, literally couldn't do this without Lenny. Lenny was there from the beginning. Thank you, Lenny, as always. All right. So, board games. I taught ChatGPT to teach me board games, and now I won't ever go back. So some of these board games are fairly complicated, like, especially, well, they're blocked by the punching bag, but the ones on that particular shelf, those are pretty complex. They have a lot of rules, a lot of things to understand, a lot of interacting concepts, and it can be challenging. It can be challenging, especially because as the guy am supposed to understand the game enough that I can teach it to other people at the first go. So this idea, personally, I think is excellent. I'm going to be looking more into this. I have been working on automating. I got my little Google Home mini speaker, and I am working on automating where I can speak to the speaker. What I say is in speech to text over to ChatGPT. ChatGPT then responds, and it comes back out the speaker. There's a project that I am working on right now. Well, not right now, but I worked on a bunch yesterday, and I will be working on a bunch tomorrow. But after that, I'm thinking about following in this person's footsteps. I've been trying to get ChatGPT to learn board games for a while now. The problems I always ran into was that as much as ChatGPT might have been trained on untold quantities of data, often that didn't include the minutiae of board game rule books. Although it could speak about some rules, I frequently ran into issues of hallucination, rules it just wasn't aware of, or misunderstandings in my question when I didn't use the very specific wording in the game. Okay, and he's talking about the War of the Ring board game, which I actually have over there. The War of the Ring is like a top level view of, you've got the forces of Sauron, you've got the forces of, the Free Peoples. They're going at it. You got Saruman, you got the Ents, you got the Fellowship doing the ring thing. All the things are represented in this game. So you can imagine that that's very complex. These problems meant, at best, that I couldn't truly trust what ChatGPT was telling me, and at worst, it could be completely misleading. But then came my solutions, ChatGPT plugins. So you got a link to their opinion of the best ChatGPT plugins. Chat with PDF is a plugin that lets you talk to your PDF documents. You can get just about any board game rule book in PDF. Like all the ones that I was talking about on this shelf, at least the ones from GMT Games, I can go on their website and I can find the PDF for the rule book. Esoteric Order of Gamers is, if you're into board gaming, I highly recommend Esoteric Order of Gamers, because they do really, really good player aids that assist you in learning and playing games. 100% endorse them. Once you made the PDF available to ChatGPT and given it a quick prompt so that it has an understanding of what you want from it, you can ask it any board game rules question you like. It works really well. I've tried on a handful of games, including War of the Ring. That's a complicated game. It has a healthy, thick rule book. Battlestar Galactica, this is 4 rule books with 3 expansions and has a lot of different rules. This is one of the most successful of the hidden information social games. Basically, you have, let's say, 7 players. 5 of them are humans, 2 of them are Cylons, and the Cylons are trying to do bad guy stuff without getting caught. And there's a lot going on to it. It's probably the game that myself and my group has played the most of. Twilight Imperium. Twilight Imperium is like playing a video game, a 4X video game where you're building spaceships, you're conquering planets, you're fighting other groups, other factions, that kind of stuff. If you've ever played Stellaris, it's similar to that. And then there's political aspects and all sorts of other things going on, Twilight Imperium will take you all day. This isn't literally an all-day game. If you love it, you love it, and if you don't have all day to play a game, then you're probably not going to like it. But it is quite good. But these are the point behind that is that, you know, these are complex with a lot of different things going on in them, and the ability to upload the PDF and query the PDF through the use of ChatGPT. This is exactly the kind of thing that I'm talking about, because once you have this this PDF format that you can query, is sky's the limit, right? Like, this person used it to do board games, and have their own board game rules chatbot, but anything in which you can convert it to a PDF, you are going to be able to query through the use of this same process, right? Like what we were just talking about the other day, where Dropbox has a thing where you can use AI. And admittedly, I haven't been able to use that yet to find out if it does what I think it does. This would, right? I have the entire collection of the Cyberpunk role-playing game, the pen and paper role-playing game, in PDF format, and if I were to convert those to a single PDF in order to do this thing, then I could then query that entire thing. It's going to make the ability to go through and ask questions of a particular group of documents significantly easier. Yeah. So I'm hot for this. As always, it will be uploaded into the Discord after stream. So let's get into some video. Got to kind of move it along, make sure that we are ready for 0 when no, not this one. Same one. Is the same. We want to be ready for 0 when it's time for 0. This is what I like. If I invite someone on to talk, let's say I invite you on to have a conversation, at 7 o'clock, I will be ready for you at 7 o'clock. I will also allow you the space and the grace that you might not be ready at 7 o'clock. And I understand that, like, real life happens and all that. I feel that I value your time in that way. So if anyone is watching this in the VOD or you're lurking in chat, and I'm reach out to you, have a conversation, or you feel that there's something you want to talk with me about regarding AI and whatever your particular field is, more than happy and like that. Anyways, so this is about now they refer to it as fully automated. I don't, because there's still human involvement, but this is a matter of what up, Evan? This is a matter of definitions, right? For me, for something to be fully automated, it would have to cross that line, like where no humans are involved, in the process. I could definitely say it's okay if there's humans who are, kind of like just there to oversee and make sure if anything gets out of whack or whatever. But like, it's not really fully automated if the humans are still like doing the work. If I'm driving an electric car or drone via remote, that's not really fully automated. You know what I mean? But we're quibbling. But this is actually this port. achieved this status somewhere around 2019, and then really, like, because of the pandemic, accelerated the process.
This is the smartest port in the world. It's located 60 kilometers away from downtown Tianjin, a coastal metropolis southeast of Beijing. China operates more than 34 major ports and 2,000 minor ports across the country. But there's something unusual about this port. On the surface, it looks like any other shipping harbor, filled with cranes and containers. But here's the catch. It's very rare to find employees working on the
We use AI at work for a few things. One is determining when to call insurance companies or check their website for remittance. Like, there's a lot of anything that, like, you would refer to as basically like a mindless task. That kind of stuff is going to be like number one on the chopping block when it comes to to automation. So,
on the ground. Instead, this terminal is fully automated using 5G, cloud computing, AI, and robots to operate the entire workflow. This is Terminal C of the Tianjin port, and this is the story of how China built the world's first smart, zero-carbon shipping terminal. China is the manufacturing hub of the world, with over 70% of countries now counting China as its top trading partner. But
I don't want to say robots. I think more drones. I believe that those are not fully autonomous, but rather drone piloted from a central control space. But maybe not. I don't know. It could be like a mix, right? Like, where generally speaking, it drives, and then if there's a particular circumstance that it's not capable of dealing with, then it could kick it back to the human. I'm not sure how much detail they're going to get into in this video. It's only 7 minutes.
Years of zero COVID has disrupted supply chains and led to a labor shortage in the port industry. But China has a plan to turn things around. According to this article from Bloomberg, China is investing in future technologies like robots and AI to reduce labor needs, improve safety, and create a more sustainable port operation that will become a model for the world to follow. Yang Jiemin, the vice president of the Tianjin Port Group, stated, all ports globally should move toward being more intelligent, eco-friendly, and efficient. So how did China do it? Well, it starts with an investment in technology. Huawei is one of China's leading tech companies, but has come under intense pressure from US sanctions in recent years. But despite these sanctions, Huawei is pivoting to new industries, and this project in Tianjin has become a new priority for Huawei, who is now seeking to tap into a global smart port market expected to reach $11.5 billion by 2030. Let's first explain why smart ports are needed. This Bloomberg article from last month shows one of the biggest problems currently facing the industry. Labor disruptions at world ports quadruple as discontent grows. Finding reliable workers is a problem for seemingly every industry after COVID. Shipping hubs from Europe to Asia experienced major staffing problems as unions battled growing inflation and stagnant wages. Even the US was not exempt from these problems. When the worst of the pandemic hit, several California ports started operating 24/7, but it still didn't solve the problem because there simply wasn't enough workers. Let's take a closer look at the port in Tianjin. Currently, the port operates a fleet of 76 fully automated driverless vehicles. If the port operated 24/7,
okay, so if that is 100% that vehicle is driverless and fully automated, then yeah, it's functionally a robot.
each truck would require 3 shifts and 3 drivers, resulting in a workforce of at least 228 drivers alone. At traditional ports, all equipment and every vehicle require a driver, but the Tianjin port has been operated since October 2021 without a single driver. This has saved the port millions in labor costs, but also provides other huge benefits. In doing my research for today's video, I was shocked to learn that most ports around the world still rely on manual scheduling. This requires hours of manual planning instead of having an AI computer plan out the entire operation.
Big if true, like, you know, I'm in no way verifying that, but if I would not be surprised for that to be the case for some reason. But that is silly, right? That is the idea of manual scheduling when you can use automation to do it is just insane to me. What up,
in just a
Kohai?
few minutes. And here's a stat
Welcome,
that will
welcome.
absolutely blow your mind. With Huawei's intelligent planning, the capacity of a single vessel is shortened from 20 hours of manual planning to 10 minutes of intelligent planning. When you consider that Tianjin port processes more than 21 million cargo containers a year, ranking it within the top 10 busiest ports in the world, it's easy to see how much time and money this port is saving by operating as a smart port. Another advantage in building smart ports is the reduction of errors and increase of safety. A traditional port has over 800 workers, with most of them on the ground loading and unloading containers and moving them around the facility like a giant Tetris puzzle. Most accidents at traditional ports are the result of human error. But remember, the Tianjin Smart Port doesn't have a single person on the ground. Loading and unloading containers? That's done with robots and machines. Moving containers from point A to point B? This is done through 5G-powered automated vehicles. By removing human drivers from the equation, the Tianjin port has become one of the smartest and safest ports in the world. It also greatly reduces the need for human staff. Smart ports require only 25% of the human workforce of a traditional port, and most of these employees are located in air conditioning offices and simply manage the entire port's operation through their.
So he gave us the numbers we're going to work with. 800 people in a standard port, right? Like, I mean, it's going to fluctuate depending on the size of the port, but let's say that that's an average. We'll use that number because that's the number that we have. So 800, and then this uses 25%, so that's 200. That's 600 people without a job, right? That is the level of automation impacting beyond, like, that's a 75% unemployment with this data set, right? Like, with this sample size. That's not sustainable unless you do other things to make sure that those people's material conditions are met. And that's why I wanted to show you this. Like, the advantages of the automation process, but also the realities of the fact that we are going to have less jobs available for people to do, and therefore we need to figure out something else to do. Yeah, I saw you shared this, I think, in Zach's. If I will take this and I will throw it into the Discord as well. You know, there's jobs out there in the new fields as they're developing, and Anthropic is one of the big. It's not the biggest, but it's one of the bigger companies in AI right now. So, you know, if you take a look at it, if you got the skills, you know, take advantage of it.
Their computer screens. By embracing technology and improving logistics, the automated system of the Tianjin port can process up to 36 containers per hour compared to only 28 containers per hour at a conventional terminal. Once again, with the Tianjin port processing more than 21 million cargo containers a year, this is a substantial increase in port efficiency. Overall, the Tianjin port has been a great case study for China, as the terminal has been in full operation for the past 16 months. This port is the first in the world to combine 5G and level 4 autonomous driving together in a large-scale commercial operation, and now the Tianjin port is ready to export its successful model across the globe. Just last month, the Tianjin Port Group, along with Huawei, announced that they will continue their cooperation and build a digital twin of this exact Tianjin port. The hope here is that this new project will be a model for upgrading and transforming existing terminals worldwide. Once again, Yang Jieming, the VP of the Tianjin Port Group, shared his insights in a recent press conference. These innovations being used at the port of Tianjin are having a huge impact on the port industry, creating new value for ports by improving operating environments, driving green and low carbon development, and increasing operational efficiency. We believe that these practices will promote the intelligent development of the global port industry. As we all know, ports remain an integral part of our global supply chain, and the Tianjin Smart Port has proven to be an excellent case study of automation for the world to follow. This is one of the primary reasons that I closely follow the technology coming from China and run a dedicated YouTube channel focusing on China. I truly believe that China is inventing technologies that have the power to change the future of our world. Currently, the US and China are locked in an intense battle and experiencing some of the highest tensions in decades, but I'm going to end today's video revealing to you the most important stat you need to remember. Despite everything you hear in our media, the US-China relationship is a lot healthier than most people think. Imports and exports of goods between our two countries hit $690 billion last year.
This is also an important factor to remember. It allows you to contextualize, and like when you see news reports about tensions rising between US and China, like over Taiwan or something like that, there are so many, like if we were to group them grossly, like just to use some terminology, right, into positive and negative interactions, the interactions over Taiwan can be rather negative, right? But there are very few of them. Where the number of positive interactions related to, to trade, the fact that China is a stable government and therefore wants the governments around it to be stable, these kind of things in the terms of geopolitics. The vast majority of interactions between the United States and China are positive in that regard. So I wouldn't, when somebody's huffing and puffing about how China or Taiwan's going to be the next Ukraine, it won't, right? This is just posturing between two large geopolitical entities that are interacting both like in their own interest, but also in the interest of international trade to achieve a dominant position. There's nothing unusual that happens. It's just there are certain people out there who let's say will stretch the truth so thin you can see through it in order to leverage their particular point. I think that's as nice as I can be.
Robust figures run counter to the talk that these two world's largest economies are on track to decouple. The port of Tianjin maintains trade with more than 500 ports across more than 180 countries around the world. With this incredible reach, it's inevitable that some products made in China are processed through the Tianjin port before sailing across the Pacific Ocean to be delivered to our stores here in the United States. Ports are one of the world's most important pieces of our global supply chain, so let's learn to embrace technology and work together to create a culture of cooperation and collaboration that will benefit humanity. Everyone, I hope you enjoyed today's deep dive into this amazing project from both the Tianjin port and Huawei Technologies. I'm absolutely fascinated by the technology that China.
So yeah, I think that this is, again, I'm not a particular fan of states. All states are bastards. All states are going to operate on their own self-interest. That self-interest can be in direct conflict to, some or many of the interests of their people. And it can be difficult once a state achieves a particular, we'll use status quo, with its relationship to its populace. It can be difficult for it to transition to a different kind of relationship with its populace. But all that notwithstanding, this as an example of what we are going to see more of in the near future. I think it's a great example of that. And you're going to see more of this across anything that is involved in the supply chain is headed in this direction, right? the reason it is very easy for them to do level 4 driverless automation in this environment is it's a controlled environment, right? The issue with autonomous vehicles out on the road are random incidents. At this point in time, the driverless AIs do not do well with random incidents. They do very well in controlled environments. So all ports are going to head in this direction. You know, I am pro-union. I want the unions to, to get those wages. But I understand also that in the long term, that is a Band-Aid. It's a temporary stopgap. Because as soon as it's feasible, those ports will be automated, and then 75% of those people will be out of a job. And then your wage increase is meaningless. We need to go beyond these things and look at how we're going to take care of 75% unemployed people, which, as we watched in the video with David Shapiro, is at least a mathematical possibility. Speaking of David Shapiro, that's called a segue. Speaking of David Shapiro, and again, talking about, now I didn't watch this in spite of this little red bar. I just popped in when it was live, and then I popped away again. How do we pay for UBI? The answer is not what you think.
A lot of these...
David, let me do my job and you do your job. And the thumbnail for this?
Hello, everybody. David Shapiro.
I don't know if you can see it. You can't see it. The thumbnail is fully automated luxury space communism. It's the meme. It's right there. So, lay it on me, David.
Here with another video. Today's video, by also popular demand, as many are lately, is how do we pay for UBI? So I have made a few videos about post-labor economics and, forever jobs and that sort of stuff. I am pretty convinced that most jobs as we know them are going to go away. Now, that's not to say that there aren't things that you can do for money in the future, post-singularity, post-AGI, whatever. But, people are very critical, and rightfully so. There are problems with UBI. So let's unpack some of those problems, but then let's also look at how we can actually make it financially feasible. Before we jump in, I want to do a quick plug for my Patreon. I give away all of my videos for free, no ads. I also have hundreds of GitHub repos. I give all my code away for free.
And normally I will skip past an in-video burnt-in advertisement or anything else, but for this very reason. David gives his content away for free without ads. I've never seen an ad when watching one of David's videos. So I supporting him to support what he's trying to do. So that's why, I don't make any financial claims related to your mileage regarding any financial relationship you may have with him, and whatever I got to do to legally absolve myself of the whatevers. But at the same time, the man is doing the thing, and I'm going to let him plug his Patreon.
Because I want to help build the future, and I believe that lowering friction by giving valuable information away for free is the best way to do that. With that being said, I have turned down a lot of job offers and contract offers, and I refuse to sign NDAs, but that means that my support needs to come from you people. So if you want to incentivize the behavior you want to see, sharing valuable information, please consider jumping over and supporting me on Patreon. All tiers get you access to the exclusive Discord, So it's not something for nothing. So yeah, thanks for all the support from my existing Patreons. And with that, let's get back to the show. So right now, quick other tangent, Gato update. So I am very excited and pleased to announce that the Gato community has not one, but 2 submissions to the OpenAI Democratic Inputs to AI Grant Challenge. So this is really incredible. Leaders have emerged in the community and have definitely stepped up. So remember, step up is one of our traditions. And the decentralized aspect of Gato is taking over. Basically, you don't need my permission to do anything, but the community that I have built, that we have built, is there to support everyone in whatever initiative makes most sense for them to help achieve global consensus and alignment and to solve the control problem. And ultimately,
in an update, like I did submit an application to join the Gato community. I never heard back from them. There are a variety of reasons why that could be. I'm not butthurt about it. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. He's going to keep doing what he's doing. And I will probably submit another application at a future point in time. But in the meantime, like he said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do this and share the information and try to build my own little Gato community of all of y'all. And I appreciate all of y'all who show up. Those of you who are watching the VOD, those of you who recommend me to other people, any of that. I really can't express my, my appreciation enough. Even when it's just like a handful of people, the fact that some of y'all feel that I'm worth listening to, that's an important thing, like it makes me feel like what I'm doing has some value, and that's what life is all about, right? Feeling that your work has some value.
Create utopia. That is the final, the I don't know about final goal, but that's the big goal. That's the mission. Now we also have our first hackathon coming up. And so this is going to be layer 1 of Gato, reinforcement learning with heuristic imperatives. I've been having meetings with people. I've been talking with folks. It's slowly coming together.
Allegedly,
I've never put on a hackathon before. So I'm talking to people. If you're interested in participating or want to share any insight, the best place to connect with me is either on LinkedIn or join the Gato community. The link is here, gatoframework.org/join Gato. You can also find the link in the description. We need sponsors, organizers, judges, partners, mentors. That's going to be a big one. Team leaders. So this is coming together. We're hoping to launch it sometime in July. But again, this is my first rodeo, so I'm trying to learn everything I can up front. All right, now let's get back to UBI. How do we pay for it? I used to think that this was just kind of a thought-stopping platitude, but when I looked into it, I really tried hard to figure out, okay, how can we pay for it with conventional means? And the answer is not quite what I expected, and maybe it's not what you expected. All right, so here's the problem. You can easily do some math. In a previous video where I talked about life under UBI, I said, let's figure out how you can actually live with $2,000 a month. People, I think, accept the premise of like, if you can get just $2,000 a month just for existing, great.
And if any of you haven't seen that video, it is in the Discord. It's also available on David's channel, where he lays out the numbers, right? Like there are controls that are set in place. Like he talks about $600 for housing, right? Like that is the amount for housing, whether it's renting or mortgage, what have you, getting to that number. The only way you can get to that number is a large amount of structural changes. Once you start doing things like that and you see the way he has it laid out, $2,000 a month is a reasonable number, especially if you've looked at some of the other videos. about how, as things become more and more fully automated, you remove the costs of the labor from the equation. There's also other knock-on effects that happen under full automation, which drives the price of all goods towards zero, right? Not necessarily maybe to zero, but towards zero. So it's like I don't want to say deflation, I want to say de-inflation, right? Like the reason why your dollar doesn't go as far now as it did, 100 years ago is inflation. This would reverse that trend. So $2,000, or in Sam Altman's case, it's closer to $3,000. That kind of monthly stipend is feasible, right? In the now, it might not be. It could be helpful, but it wouldn't necessarily be enough for you to meet all your material needs. But under these paradigms, as they would change, then it would be possible.
We can make that work. Some people are unhappy with some of the ideas, but you know what? It's not perfect. And also, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you how it's going to work out exactly. That being said, $2,000 a month in America with 330 million Americans is somewhere between $7 trillion and $8 trillion per year to fund a UBI. So how do you do this? Do you tax and redistribute? Taxes would have to be insanely high to support this. And not to mention the inflationary problem, but I'm not as worried about inflation, because if UBI becomes necessary, the job loss is going to be super deflationary. And as lots of people point out, if consumers have no money to spend, then the economy basically stalls. So basically, UBI might be necessary in order to just keep the economy going.
And again, like, I understand that there is a section of leftists who really view this as like, we're going to live in a system wherein those with capital are elevated even higher in their ivory towers, and we end up with something like Elysium, where we have that kind of thing. The system only works if it works. Once you subtract enough money from changing hands, the system doesn't work anymore. So they're just as affected by what would happen as as we are, basically. Like, you can't get caviar unless you can get the caviar from the caviar place to your face, right? Like, and if you shut down the global economy because people don't have the ability to buy any of the products, then you are not going to be able to get your caviar. This is a gross oversimplification, but it's also kind of accurate.
But that being said, it's not as simple as just tax and redistribute. I thought that it would be. So there's a concept called velocity of currency, which is basically how often does a dollar change hands. And the velocity of currency, I think, would have to be 3 times higher than what it is now, just in order to have enough transactions to even tax to get to that $2,000 a month. So you could either do that, or you could levy more taxes on static money, like any bank account over $10,000 or whatever. But this is getting really, really draconian really quickly. You'd have to enforce a lot more circulation. And so then I was like, okay, I keep going down this rabbit hole and it's just not working. It doesn't make sense. So I was like, maybe we're putting the cart before the horse. Maybe we need to look at something else before we look at UBI to make UBI sustainable and feasible. And so then I was like, okay, well, money is an abstraction of value. It's a reserve of value, and it's a medium of exchange. But let's look at the underpinning assets. What is the actual value in goods and services that money is meant to buy for you? So that's where I went next. But before we get into that, I want to kind of give a little bit of context about the economic pillars and how I kind of came to this conclusion that just raw redistribution in our current economic paradigm isn't going to work. So basically, there are four pillars of the economy. You've got banks, namely central banks and regional banks and federal banks. Then you have the government, particularly the federal government. You have businesses and corporations, and then you have consumers. So these are the primary estates or pillars of the economy. And so consumers is the aggregate, all individuals and households that need goods and services, and generally also sometimes provide work. Usually the way that they get income is in exchange for labor. Sometimes there's also entitlements or capital that they own. So those are the three primary ways that consumers get money, right? An entitlement might come from the government, such as your pension or your Social Security check, that sort of thing. So you get money that way. Medicare, Medicaid, the government health, through the VA, that gives you buying power, which means that you can then go to a business, such as a healthcare provider or a grocery store or whatever, to demand goods and services such as healthcare, food. Education is an entitlement. So that is something that you don't even pay for. The government just pays for it directly via taxes. But then one thing that a lot of people don't know is, where does the money come from? Well, what you need to understand about the monetary system is that the money comes from central banks, comes from the federal bank, which creates money by lending it. But the thing is that money then has to be repaid. And so that's whenever you hear in the news like the Fed is changing the interest rate, that's what they're doing, is they're changing the fundamental interest rate. And when that money is repaid to the central banks, it's actually just taken off the market entirely. With that being said, the total supply of money goes up over time. There is an optimal amount of inflation that they go for, because the idea is that if the value of your dollar goes down over time, then you are incentivized to spend it sooner rather than later, which keeps the economy churning. Because under deflationary pressures, you might as well hold on to your money, because holding on to cash is an investment. If your dollar will go twice as far a year from now as it does today, you're not going to spend any money. You're going to wait. So having an optimal amount of inflation is what the central banks do to ensure that you are going to spend that money on labor and other investments to keep the economy humming along.
I think that this is a fair assessment of a beginner's guide to economics, right? Some of you may already know this. Some of you may feel that this is an oversimplification. Some of you might not have never understood, these kind of things as a concept. What does it mean that money isn't real? What does it mean that the Fed can just print money? And I feel like what he just laid out there is a good, broad strokes encapsulation of what that kind of means. And this is the framework on which he is going to reach similar concepts that we, as, whatever version of leftism that you might engage in, or you might not be a leftist, you might be a liberal. I doubt that I have many, if any, conservatives in the audience. But within that context, this is an example of, on a personal level, why I don't engage in a lot of the behaviors with the dunking on a name calling, because David Shapiro, though he is self-avowed believer in the capitalist model, so on and so forth, David is the kind of person I could have a conversation with, because ultimately our goals are fairly aligned. So by looking at the goals and how we get there, we could have a conversation that involves a mix of these two things, which, like the UBI video we watched before, shows, I don't like the tech bro who wants to reinvent the subway and call it a hyperloop, but I'll absolutely go in for the tech bro who wants to reinvent communism and call it, luxury auto capitalism or whatever, right? It doesn't matter what the name is. It only matters what it does for the good of the people. That's what I'm about.
So with that being said, you can't just inject a lot of money. Like, the idea of like, what if you do quantitative easing, which is just creating billions or trillions of dollars and give it to consumers? That's called hyperinflation, and that is super bad. And I think I'm actually supposed to be, oh yeah, sorry. So sorry, I meant to move on to a slide. So if you do just quantitative easing, just injecting money into the system, that's hyperinflation, which means that you severely depress the value of money, which means that, like, okay, the money that you have today is going to be worth a lot less tomorrow. And so inflation can be caused by two primary things: supply and demand. So supply is what we're experiencing post-pandemic because of logistic and supply chain issues. Because of supply chain issues, the supply of goods is lower, which means the prices go up. Alternatively, if the demand goes up, the prices can also go up. And that's what we saw a little bit. The effect wasn't too pronounced, but it was pronounced enough to be meaningful with the stimulus checks that Americans got during the pandemic.
A definite point of contention that we would have, especially as I just saw a graph submitted to us, made available to us by the leftists over at the IMF, that indicated that profit taking was the primary driver behind inflation in Europe, right? So, in whatever fashion you want to say, it's a non-zero amount that the stimulus check did, but we all know that it was profit taking that has driven the inflation to the levels that it did.
Which caused some inflation. It didn't cause most of the inflation that we're seeing. Most of the inflation that we're seeing is due to geopolitics and globalism and global trade, namely like the war in Russia and Ukraine right now. That is a far larger impact on inflation than the stimulus checks. That being said, if we were to do stimulus checks for everyone every month, we would absolutely see hyperinflation, which is really bad because all you're doing is injecting money into the consumer part. And then, okay, that money goes where? It goes to businesses, and so then the businesses have more aggregate demand. But then how do you take that money back off of the table so that you basically fight it with deflation? You'd have to have someone just hoovering up that extra money and destroying it. So does that mean the government just then taxes everyone to take that quantitative easing back off of the economy? We might get there, especially once we get to a period of hyperabundance and where like nobody works and labor, like human labor, is completely worthless. But I don't see that we're there yet, and I think that such a fundamental paradigm shift in economics probably shouldn't be done all at once. We should probably work towards that slowly, because again, the economic system is huge, cumbersome. There's a tremendous amount of inertia, and so I was like, okay, clearly, like thinking about it in terms of current velocity of currency and circulation and cycles, like a hydrological cycle. That's how it works now, but we can't fundamentally change this. We can't upend it very quickly. So I was like, all right, this direction of thinking isn't working. So let's look at first principles. So supply and demand. So what I mean is if you can get a hyperabundance of supply, right, post-scarcity, then the price goes down. And so then I was like, okay, well, if we really, really drastically increase supply of basic goods, basic services, then maybe we can get the prices low enough that UBI is actually really cheap overall. And so what I mean by that is, what if we can get your cost of living from $4,000 a month to $400 a month, as it is today, through hyperabundance, through post-scarcity, and we can get there through things like AI, solar, quantum computing, and that sort of thing. So let's unpack this a little bit further and figure out how we can make that happen. Let's take a look at consumer expenses. So this is as of 2016, so it's a little bit out of date, but in general, this pie chart doesn't change. we generally spend about a third of our money on housing, another 16% on transportation, almost 13% on food, 12% on insurance and paying into pensions or retirement plans, 8% on healthcare, so on and so forth, and then down to 2.5% on education. Obviously, the education number is much larger for some people. I've known people that spent more on their college loans than their home loans, which is just completely insane to me. But we take a look at these top 5 categories, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if we can use the hyperabundance of solar and fusion and whatever else, wind energy, and then we can also use the hyperabundance of cognitive labor from AI, we could probably reduce costs of a lot of these sectors. Now, these sectors are very, very different, but I did find some commonalities that I think we can focus on. So first is
And real quick before he continues on, like one of the issues that you run into with like libertarians, for instance, in relation to like a communist theory or something of that nature, right? Is the idea that you're not entitled to someone else's labor, right? Like that is the response. You're not entitled to free health care because the doctor needs to get paid, and you're not entitled to the doctor's labor. Automation solves that as a problem, right? This is my fundamental thing regarding automation everywhere, all the time, in as deep a capacity as possible. The idea of like the auto doc, right? That like I go in as an older person, I go in and I have to get my physical from my doctor, right? So what that looks like is I walk in the door, I say that I'm here, I go sit down, I wait, then the doctor's like the last time I got there and I was waiting like 10 minutes and then the doctor walked in, which was nice of him to be on time. And this is a running joke. If you deal with the medical community like that, you will show up on time and then have to wait for some extended period of time until they can see you. And then I go in. He asked me a bunch of questions. How do you feel? Anything going on? This, that, and the third. How's this working? How's that working? I'm on like a small dose of high blood pressure medication, which has totally got me like right there in that perfect range. Things like that. Then he listens to my breathing, and then he does my blood pressure. Checks that out, and basically I'm out the door and I come back in another 6 months, something like that. If you really think about it, if you just sit back and use your goddamn imagination, for instance, the grocery stores around here anyway, next to the pharmacy, they have a little blood pressure machine. You stick your arm in there, it inflates, and then it tells you what your blood pressure is. If you just expanded that out and had a computer model that popped up and it asked me all these questions, the same kind of questions that the doctor asked me, right? Like, even theoretically, you could have the auto doc take a blood sample at that point in time, and either, like, if the technology is there, it could test it immediately, or it could, submit it to the, the testing facility, something like that. I understand there's a bunch of issues regarding, like, you don't want to share the needles. We can figure that out. That's an engineering issue, right? Like, even if it's in the same way you go to the doctor's office and they take your blood, then they drop it in the sharps box like that, the robot could do that. Like, there are solutions here. We just have to figure them out. It takes my blood pressure. It does all those things. and then, I'm in and out in like 10 minutes, right? That is one significant aspect of healthcare, that entire process, that is both better for me because it's only 10 minutes and doesn't require a person. So I am not extracting, getting someone else's labor for free. It's done by this automation. I feel that is a great example of how you could automate the majority of these kind of things, right? And by doing all that testing, you could also probably do like a mouth or nasal swab or what have you. And for anybody who's afraid of the robot coming at you with a thing, there is already today, right now, a robot that will take fake eyelashes and put them in your eyelashes. Right now, today, it exists. And it doesn't have the ability to push through.
And the peril here are huge.
Hey, thank you for the follow. It doesn't have the ability to like push through a tissue, let alone push into your eyeball or something like that, right? Like, so again, these are just engineering issues. Jason Milton Twitch. Welcome, Jason. I appreciate you. So like that. So it's an engineering thing. We could knock all this out. Boom, boom, boom. You want to talk about a solution to a problem like, COVID, any kind of pandemic, and there will be more in the future and stuff like that. The AutoDoc would have the ability to get that sample from someone right away, and then would be able to submit that data to the algorithm that monitors these kind of things. And it would be aware of this developing sickness way faster than our current model does. In any country, I don't give a fuck what your country is, this AutoDoc concept would be able to solve that problem on a much more rapid scale, right? And then you feed that into the AlphaFold 2, and we've already got a vaccine by the end of the week, and we're able to inoculate that immediate area. And boom, because that's how diseases work, right? Like what happens is that it starts in a place and then it spreads from that place. If you are capable of hitting up everyone in that space rapidly enough, it doesn't get a chance to spread. You put it in check. But then the vaccine would also be on file and it would be monitoring for more outbreaks. And if there happens to be another outbreak, boom, you hit that space. And we would adapt to hitting these things at a much faster rate. And there's a much lower cost with that type of vaccination. There's a lot of things that you don't get vaccines for because they're not a thing. I don't get vaccinated for Ebola because I live in the United States. Ebola is not really an issue for us, or maybe Ebola is the wrong choice, but you get what I'm saying. So we would be able to solve it with a handful of vaccinations rather than having to vaccinate all of the people all over all the time with all the things, right? So this is that knock-on effect of automation that I was talking about where it lowers costs in that way. Yeah, like that is one example, and I feel it's demonstrative of what I'm talking about. What up, Maddie? Yeah, and like if you go to other places, then you end up getting more vaccines, right? Like, so the inverse would also be true because if you increase the ability for people to go to new and interesting places, you're going to increase certain kinds of vaccines in that regard. So, fuck, I'm wrong, throw it out. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's a joke. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm a fucking genius.
Transportation. Obviously, Elon Musk and Tesla and full self-driving cars and all the EVs coming onto the road, this is going to have an economic effect.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
One thing is that transportation is central to the economy because you need transportation to move goods, services, and people. Or to move goods and people, and then you can provide services such as ride shares, delivery, that sort of thing. So right now, internal combustion engine cars cost about 75 cents per rider mile. This varies a lot depending on the car you have and where you are. Because obviously if you're driving, an F350 dually, that costs a little bit more to drive per mile than, Toyota Prius. But on average, internal combustion engine cars cost about 70 cents per rider mile. Now, what's interesting is that in America, because of regulatory problems and technical issues and supply chain issues, EVs are often more expensive per rider mile. The total cost of ownership of EVs is actually still higher than internal combustion engines. Now, that being said, EV ride sharing, such as if you don't own the car, but instead you just, use Uber or Lyft or Waze or whatever, and then, a couple minutes later, an autonomous car comes to pick you up, the cost of that.
This is Uber or Lyft or Waze as it's imagined it could be, not as it currently exists. Understand that, right? Like, remember to put your translation hat on to understand what he's talking about, and also understand that he is still a fan of capitalism.
Rider mile could be as low as 6 cents per rider mile. So we see the possibility of like a 12x reduction or more of the cost of transportation if we can figure out full self-driving and fully autonomous EV vehicles. And some of this will be fixed by economies of scale. But that being said, if you can reduce the cost of transportation by a factor of 10 or more, this is going to have knock-on effects across the rest of the economy. And so we'll unpack this effect throughout the rest of the video. So here's some of the
real quick, because he kind of moved ahead, and there was something in there that for all the lefties in the audience, right? So one of the things, like my man Gremlow talks about, getting away from car culture, expanding access to to trains, things like that, and also the concept of walkable cities. In the second part of this, roads and highways are powerful shared infrastructure for moving goods and people. Parking lots are evil, though, and such a waste of valuable real estate. Most parking lots are found in the densely packed cities because the people come from outside of the city into the city in order to work in the city. You can imagine automating more jobs, so less people working, but also having the car's ability to think of it in terms of like a taxi or an Uber. The car doesn't need to park, and if it does need to stop for some reason, it doesn't need to stop near where you work. It just needs to stop somewhere. So whatever parking lot that might happen, it could be in another location, and it could be multi-level, a building for the cars that aren't working, but that would also be in response to the number of automated vehicles that are currently shuffling people back and forth. The more that they're running, the less parking space you need. You just need a place for them to recharge. That's why you would have some kind of parking somewhere, right? Walkable cities can alleviate some transportation demands, but we still have to move goods and people thousands of miles. So we want walkable cities. Like I saw there's a meme about this building that is in China, and it's like a 15-minute walkable city all in the same building. And, certain people are like, oh, dystopian prison thing like that. It's like everything I need in the same location. Like the idea of the mall as it was originally conceived, where you can, because one of the things is inclement weather, right? It's raining, it's snowing, it's whatever outside. The mall, it was conceived, where you could, you would live and you would go and you would, shop, get your groceries, all these things, but be able to do it from within inside a building. There are tremendous advantages to that as a concept, right? you can do walkable cities. And if you were to do that, if you've ever played Sim City, you had the what is it, the Agropolis, where like the one building contains all of the things, and you could have a few of those within a space. Now you're using even less of the surface area for your city, and you're using more of, the altitude. Just like with the concept of where we run out of space constructing circuits in 2 dimensions, we go to 3 dimensions and we've added a whole nother level to what we can work with. And then trains require specialized infrastructure, but are extremely efficient, but are also antiquated. This is true. Like, all of our infrastructure has not been kept up with. The bill is coming due in a lot of different places on this lack of maintenance. This is a part of the strong argument if you want to have this better future for doing things like that. Trains are a very efficient way to transport a lot of stuff a long distance. And then the next level down from that is with your trucks, you would still need some kind of highway to go from whatever the central train distribution hub is to then transport on your automated trucks out from there, and then smaller vehicles to go from whatever your local community distribution hub is to your home. Whether you get in the vehicle and go to the place and get the things you want, or you order them on the app and then they're delivered by the autonomous vehicle with the robot that, brings them to your door. None of this is out of the realm of possibility. All this is completely constructible. There are still some issues, again, with the random effects that are experienced by autonomous vehicles interacting with human beings and things like that. But there's a reciprocal effect. As you lower the number of cars, then you can eliminate certain areas from vehicular traffic. When you eliminate those areas from vehicular traffic, there's less interaction between the people and the cars, and therefore less of an issue for the cars, less of an issue for the people.
Of 10 or more, this is going to have knock-on effects across the rest of the economy. And so we'll unpack this effect throughout the rest of the video. So here's some of the knock-on effects that we might see. Just I want to prime your mind to think about the knock-on effects. Oh, and also just imagine the knock-on effects of reducing the cost of energy by 10x with solar, with fusion. And of course, with fusion, the cost of energy goes down 1,000x. It goes down 10,000x to the point that it is a trivial cost. So the idea is that, first, think all goods that you need, right? Every piece of clothing, all the food you eat, all the materials that go into your house, literally every physical good has to be transported, at least a short distance. Many of them have to be transported across the entire planet. So if we can get the cost of transportation to a fraction of what it is today, that will lower the cost of living drastically. Because then, the supply chain is faster, more efficient, cheaper. We can also use artificial intelligence to shorten those supply chains. Quantum computing can probably help with logistics as well. Energy hyperabundance will also help with that, because that means that you can have fully automated factories in the next city over, and your stuff doesn't have to come from across the planet. You can have vertical farms and container farms, meaning that all of your food and exotic fruit and everything is grown right next door year round with the energy abundance of solar and wind and that sort of stuff. Economies of scale, artificial intelligence can help us find alternative battery technology. So for instance, there's, the iron oxygen batteries that are being worked on and other stuff that doesn't use risky minerals. Now, I know that lithium is hypothetically super abundant, but looking at the elemental composition of the crust of the earth is one thing. Looking at the mining infrastructure and the concentration that makes it economically feasible to extract is an entirely other argument. But anyways, moving stuff around the planet is very expensive, and it is a very complicated thing. So the combination of transport revolution along with energy hyperabundance is going to really drastically drop that. So this is going to have knock-on effects that's going to lower the cost of everything, like just full stop. It's going to lower the cost of everything across the planet. Housing. So the biggest
and again, because he is focusing in on some parts, I'm focusing in also on other parts. Right here, we're looking at the concept of the 3D printed house, right? This is what that is, and he's probably going to get into that. One of the issues with the building of things with concrete is and the materials that actually make up concrete, right? Like there's a particular type of sand that you want to use with cement. The idea that all sand is created equal is not a thing. So, it's like we can't just go over to where there is this fuck ton of sand and then convert it into what we need in order to, make concrete with it or what have you, whatever you might need sand for. There are a variety of different types of sand. Using artificial intelligence and the tools that it could create, conceivably we might be able to manufacture the sand that we need out of other materials. And this is the kind of imagination that I want you to have when you're thinking about these things. Is like, what else could the automation bring to us? Again, like the AI is right now today already at NYU. The AI is helping the people make the chips. Those chips, which are better, faster, stronger, eventually, if not today, will then make better AI, because you can make purpose-built infrastructure, materials, the chips, the GPUs, whatever PU you need them to be, that strictly relate to doing AI better, right? What would make it better? And there's a reciprocal relationship between that.
Expense that we all have is housing. So let's assume that, okay, moving timber, harvesting wood, making...
We're already at one wrong zero, and that's the end of humanity, Professor Q. And welcome. I miss your face.
Concrete, all of these things that are very, very material intensive. You have to move a lot of heavy materials, and they're also very energy intensive. Concrete accounts, just on its own, concrete accounts for, I think, more than 8% of global carbon emissions. So like, this is a very energy intensive and very material intensive thing, which is why houses are so expensive. There's also the labor aspect. It takes a lot of labor and expertise to build a house. So what if we can really drastically reduce the cost of building homes? Whether it's a single family home or a duplex or a small apartment or row houses, whatever. There's a few ways that we can approach this. But again, remember, transportation has already lowered the cost a lot. Things like 3D printed houses. I watched an entire documentary to do research, and 3D printed houses are more durable. So they're also cheaper. Their upfront cost is much cheaper because it takes a lot less labor to build them. So you with robotic automation, you get as many humans out of it as possible, which makes it faster and cheaper. The end product is better too. So better, cheaper, faster. This is what AI and automation does. Better, cheaper, faster. You combine the existing innovation of 3D printing with energy hyperabundance, and then you add even more AI and automation. And then suddenly you can just 3D print houses 1,000 a day if you need to. Now, one problem is that this requires regulatory overhaul. This is a very new discipline, and so a lot of manufacturers aren't even touching this thing. With that being said, I suspect we're going to see a ramp up because some of the big housing manufacturers, the ones that make gigantic subdivisions like Lamar, they're already experimenting with this and investing in it. And so when the investment is there, you know that it's coming fast. And I was actually surprised to learn that there are entire subdivisions across America that have already been 3D printed. And I really wish that they were here in the South because I super want a 3D printed house. Can you imagine having a castle made of concrete that is 3D printed and extruded? I super want that super bad. But I don't think that there's anyone doing it here in the South. We'll see. So how much is this going to actually reduce the cost of homes? I found evidence that some small 3D printed homes could be as low as $4,000.
Which part, Maddie? Being in the South or a 3D printed home?
Generally, they're closer to $10,000 for a small one. And of course, one thing that a lot of people complained about when I mentioned like moving into tiny houses and portable houses and stuff like that is people are like, I don't want to live in a closet. Like, it's not a closet, it's just a small house. Anyways, Icon is a company that exists today and is printing 2,000 square foot houses for $100,000. So my house that I live in now is 1,800 square feet on an acre of land, and I paid $200,000 for it 10 years ago. So I could have something a little bit bigger for half that price. And of course, my house is worth like $400,000 now because of inflation and stuff. So these commercial buildings are much cheaper already. So if they're twice as cheap or half as cheap or
well, there is we let that wash over us, right? Like I already covered that earlier. There's also things that you could do in construction, again, like because you're 3D printing as opposed to cutting away from, you could manufacture various like dead spaces, dead air spaces within. Like if you look at your window and it is what's called thermopane. You'll have two panes of glass separated by dead air. I believe that they put some kind of gas in there, inert gas, so that it doesn't transmit the heat. That helps to keep your house cold or cooler, right? And keep it warmer during the winter. It's an insulator. You could construct that kind of thing while you're building the house, right? So you could make the house during construction naturally cooler by building it in a different way, right? Ways that we can't do with traditional wood 2x4s and drywall and things like that. So it might not sound good because of your traditional experience with like cement and the buildings that we made out of cement, but as someone who has worked in the contracting industry, like there is definitely room for improvement. We're still using a lot of technology and building models that are a century old, if not more, right? Like there is fundamentally not a whole lot of difference between this house that I'm in that was built in the 70s and one of the houses in the city that might have been built in the late 1800s, right? Like the construction is still basically the same. And that's a problem. That should be considered a problem because we've had a whole bunch of technological advances in a variety of areas. Why are we not, making this more generally, available? And as far as neo-brutalism, like maybe to an extent, but like if you look at this thing, this is a 3D printed house. If you look, I don't know if you can see on your screen, but there's all these little lines here. This is a 3D printed house. That's exactly what this is. This is a nice looking house, and is 100% better than the house that someone doesn't have, right? Like, for everyone who is homeless or housing insecure, if we 3D printed them a house and just knocked that shit out right away and gave them a place to live in, I would say that's 100% better than the house that they don't currently have. So from that aspect, I'm in favor of it. We're at 6:30. I got the thing at 7. I'm going to try bumping him up to 1.25 to make sure, or try and make sure we can get through the video. We might not be able to before we speak in the Twitter space with 0. But we're going to go with the flow. We're going to see what happens. And hopefully it doesn't make him sound weird.
Fifth as expensive as it costs to build stick-built homes, then we're already on the way to that, like, let's collapse the price of housing. Now, you combine solar, AI, wind, eventually fusion, concrete gets much cheaper. You can also factory farm wood more. You can automate timber forests. And so then let's say that we're working towards dropping the cost of housing by at least 10x. So instead of 33% or 35% of your daily or your monthly income, it costs 3.5%. So my $1,200 mortgage would go down to $120, which is pretty sustainable. That's just a couple days worth of work for many people, and it's less than an hour of work for a lot of professionals. That being said, we're looking at UBI, which is nobody works. But if you can mass produce homes, then like, hey, great. Now also with UBI, because one thing that people have pointed out is that land is expensive. Desirable land will always be expensive, but America is really, really empty. Sorry, I have that in a future slide. There is lots and lots of land to expand into, so land is actually going to be relatively cheap. The hardest part is going to be water, but we can fix that with solar because then you can distill and recycle any amount of water. In the long run, I think the compounding returns of robotic automation, artificial intelligence, and energy hyperabundance means that we could eventually see a 100x drop in the cost of housing, meaning that a 500,000.
What up, little Donnie Fun? My whole thing repurposing abounded commercial real estate, or I think you mean abandon or something to that effect. But yeah, like, again, there are fundamental issues with the current model as it exists, right? Like the push against remote working is because they are locked into these locations that they have a mortgage on. They're not going to be able to, if your business could sell the property and get out from underneath that, then they would, if they would make at least back what they owe on it. It's that no one wants to take a loss, right? Unless you do. Trust me, business is more complicated than it looks. There are reasons why you might want to take a loss. But generally speaking, people don't want to take a loss in business, so therefore they don't want to sell that. So therefore the incentive is to get you to come back and at least make use of this property. And there's a bunch of other things related to it as well, but that is definitely a significant one of them. So that's why the current model doesn't work. If we were able to do something like that, essentially, but a lot of those companies' owners also own those buildings or invested in the real estate owner companies. Yeah, but then it's like, okay, so I got the property and I don't want to get my people back in here, so then I got to get somebody else to come in here. Now I'm responsible, for taking on that particular project in some fashion, and I might still be taking a loss. There was a whole video on it that I saw. I can't remember where I saw the video, but it is a complex variety of issues interacting with each other to cause the problem. In theory, everything that could be done remotely should be done remotely at this point in time. Yeah, vacant housing is abhorrent to me on a fundamental level, as long as there are people who are currently unhoused. Like, that is fundamental to my, you know, my belief system, my political positions, everything else. So I agree with you.
$1,000 house in today's money would cost you $5,000 in 10 to 20 years. Now, food and other goods. So what I realized is that, okay, transportation, great, you solved that problem. You've basically solved a lot of other problems that have, again, those knock-on effects. You fix transportation, you make it super cheap. That makes housing cheaper. You get compounding returns there because all the lessons that you learn from robotic automation for delivery and that sort of stuff, that makes that cheaper. But those lessons also apply directly to agriculture as well as a bunch of other things. Now, one thing that I thought was that, okay, if these industries get so cheap that they're not sustainable, because what happens is the margins narrow. And so when you have no profit that can be made, you have to either become a nonprofit organization and basically survive on subsidies or donations, or you can be nationalized by the government, which means that the government then runs things. But the Soviets tried to nationalize agriculture, and it caused mass famines that killed like millions and millions and millions of people. So we should probably never nationalize agriculture, at least not for a long time, until it is so thoroughly operationalized that there is no chance for accidentally causing mass famine through central management. So I am personally in the favor of keeping private corporations.
Again, he is operating under the old idea of a centralized economy, which I agree did have issues and could potentially still have issues, but through the use of artificial intelligence and algorithms, you mitigate most, if not all, of the issues related to, a centralized economy. That is a point of disagreement.
But then subsidizing their existence, which we already do, by the way. We subsidize corn and a few other mass crops just so that way we can ensure that it keeps growing. So we're already doing that. So if we also subsidize other things like home building, so that no matter how cheap it actually gets, the corporations can keep building them, and then the government gives them just a little bit of money to ensure that they remain afloat. Another possibility is changing ownership models, which I talked about in other videos. So by creating locally owned, decentralized autonomous organizations, you could probably incorporate the land, the municipally owned land, and then it can be owned, operated, and managed by the citizens of that city or county. So that is an ownership model that also makes sense because then there's no profit motive. It's basically, we're going to work this land to feed our local community.
He's never going to say like socialism or communism in a positive light, right? He will just reinvent socialism and communism to fit the needs of people who think socialism and communism are bad words. This is fine. This is okay. It doesn't matter what it's called. It only matters what it does. Okay? Cool.
And if we do have any excess, we can then sell it to neighboring communities or whatever. Local sourcing, circular economies, that sort of stuff. AI, energy hyperabundance, and robotic automation will all make this a lot more feasible. And in fact, again, if those prices collapse, it'll be necessary to do that because then you're providing a good or a service not for profit, but just because it's needed. So the best good is the one that's basically free or kind of woven into the fabric of your community. Automated forestry, as I mentioned, timber is one of the most useful resources out there. First, felling trees and creating lumber from it is a carbon sink. Actually building homes out of wood permanently sequesters or semi-permanently sequesters that into the structure of the house. Concrete, even though it's very energy intensive to create now, is also going to be a carbon sink or a potential carbon sink, depending on the additives that you add to it. And so then you have a permanent carbon sink. So automating forestry, automating the production of concrete, these things can be probably used to, one, help fight climate change, because it's like, okay, there's this X amount of carbon in the atmosphere, let's pull that carbon out, put it into trees, and then we can use that to then build homes. And so my idea here is you co-locate automated forests with a modular home factory, and then you deliver those modular house components with fully automated self-driving semi-trucks, and then the final assembly and site prep is done with robots. And so you have this end-to-end new supply chain that is 100% sustainable. There's just a few things that we need there: energy abundance, better robots, a little bit better AI, and full self-driving cars. But the economic incentive is there for all of that to happen. So these virtuous cycles, these compounding returns, I think will allow us to drastically drop the prices of our most expensive asset, which is our homes. All right, so let's do a quick price check. If just for ballpark figures, for something that's kind of more reasonable in the short term, let's imagine that within 5 to 10 years we can, and it probably will take longer than that, honestly, just because of inertia. But we drop our housing costs by 10x, we drop our food costs by 10x, and we drop our transportation by 10x. So basically, your basic living expenses for me go from $2,150 a month to $250 a month. Your dollar can go a lot farther with technology. So that leaves healthcare, insurance, and a few other big expenses like clothing and fun and entertainment and that sort of stuff. But healthcare is one of the biggest ones that's remaining. Education is also expensive, but I actually didn't even feel like I needed to address education, especially for the younger people who are already using ChatGPT to learn everything. And that's only going to get better, by the way.
What up, Zero? Yeah, I kicked on the speed to wrap this video. I will be there by 7 o'clock, if not a little bit early.
Way. You're going to have AI and robotic tutors and teachers and stuff that are going to be infinitely patient, fully personalized. So I actually had a really good conversation with someone who wants to deploy AI to Africa to basically say, we're going to take Africa as an entire continent straight into the 21st century by providing personalized education for literally every child in Africa. So I'm really excited to be helping out with that project. But the idea is that AI can do that. So, and it's also going to be cheap. So that's why I guess I did just address education. But anyways, let's break down healthcare.
Yeah.
Because healthcare is like the gigantic elephant in the room.
Yeah, 100%. Do not feed any secret information to ChatGPT. It will. The same rules of internet safety still apply, right? Like let's remember that internet safety. Then that's even more so, right? Like the entire issue with HIPAA and everything else. We have to be careful with that. What up, Phenomenauticus? Yes, this is exactly that. But David is someone that I feel I could talk to, so they're cool, and yeah. Flattening Africa to some kind of autonomous thing is so gross. I mean, I don't think that that's what we're talking about. And by the same token, like the vice president, there's an article, we went over it. The vice president of Ghana is a huge fan of automation and artificial intelligence related to making Ghana one of the leaders going forward in Africa. And of course, we live in a world, so in the world. So
particularly here in America, but it's also a contentious issue in places with socialized medicine, such as Britain and France. There's long waiting lists, and then of course their private care is available, but like what was I reading? Like dental care in Britain is actually kind of difficult because dentists are required to take a certain number of, like they have a quota of government provided ones, but they will prefer to do private funded, like right off the bat. So like if you're on a waiting list, if you have money and pay for it out of pocket, you can get care immediately. So there are problems with the idea of socialized medicine. So the idea is let's drive down the cost of socialized medicine as much as possible to basically avoid the costs. So there's an age-old adage, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So let's focus on lowering healthcare costs primarily with prevention. Obviously, we Americans, we're pretty unhealthy. Some of it is lifestyle, some of it is diet choices, but a lot of it is just age-related diseases. We are living longer, which means that really dangerous and expensive diseases like heart disease and cancer are killing us instead of accidents and treatable infections. So therefore, the focus should be on healthy aging, such as with regenerative medicines that can get you back to full health, and then rejuvenation therapies that can actively lower your age. And there's been a lot of breakthroughs just in the last few weeks where AI has helped us identify chemical substances, enzymes, many of them naturally occurring in nature, that can actually literally de-age your cells. So basically the cheapest doctor, the best doctor, is the one that you never need. And then if we can replace the rest with robots and AI and that kind of thing, then like, you know, the cost of healthcare just collapses. Because, you know, I remember I was...
Remember, for those of you who were here since the beginning, that concept of the auto doc that I was talking about, that is this, right? Like the automated doctor to handle your physical checkup, being able to catch diseases early, being able to catch conditions early is going to result in better outcomes and lower costs, all the things associated with that, right? And you could get, like, if you integrate that auto doc with, you know, with another system, like, it could provide you with, like, again, we talked about, or I either talked about it with y'all or I talked about it with the wife, but the idea of the, these meal delivery companies, right, that they provide you with all the materials. You could even do it in, you know, handy biodegradable packaging, compostable packaging. You could incorporate these things together where it's like, okay, you need to cut down on this and you need more of this in your diet. And so, you know, we can send you this meal package, and that way you don't have to try and figure out, is this food I want to eat better or worse for me for this particular health condition I have. It can all be done like for you and provide you with the best outcome.
A couple of years ago, before the pandemic, I was visiting a bar with a friend, and the bartender, she was a little bit younger. She was in her 20s, and she was like, "Why would I have health insurance? I am healthy." And I'm like, just wait till your 30s or 40s. But the idea is that, you know, and this was actually one of the biggest problems with Obamacare here in America, was that young people didn't sign up because young people didn't care, because young people are healthy, right? Most of our health costs are age-related. So what I suspect in the future is that most healthcare is going to be, so take those self-driving cars and your robotic doctor, you call and just say, hey, I need a checkup, or hey, I'm feeling sick. And then, you know, like an automated car pulls up and a robot doctor comes out and, you know, says, okay, what's wrong? You know, does a couple of tests and then, you know, treats you on the spot, and then away they go. So you can even get rid of most hospitals. Now, that being said, you're still going to need trauma centers for like accidents, and there probably still will be some major diseases, things that require ICUs and that sort of stuff. But if we can drastically reduce the need, even just a baseline need for not education, for healthcare, then that's a great way to avoid the cost. Because the thing is if you are healthy, that is cheap. So this is an expense that we can just hypothetically fully get rid of. So I call this healthcare avoidance.
I'll take that one.
You know, AI is going to be the primary thing here with personalized genetic medicine, stem cell therapy, de-aging, rejuvenation, that sort of stuff.
The issue with it's the concept of the young immortals. It was a thing related to Obamacare because they were leveraging the costs of treating older people with the payments by younger people, like basically like a social security model applied to healthcare. So it's not wrong, but it's like that kind of, you know. You're not wrong either, though. Like, there were issues. There's always issues in that regard. How the hell is a robot doctor going to inspire you to get healthy? Why wouldn't? What is it about a human doctor that inspires you to get healthy? Every week I have an appointment with some doctor. Yeah, and that it could be automated, Lenny. You could just sit down in the auto doc and be in and out in 10 minutes.
One thing is that a lot of people are like, oh, the elites are never going to allow the rest of us to have... Yeah, bullshit. No, the thing is that healthy consumers are good consumers. Dead consumers don't spend any money, right? So yes, the insurance companies and, you know, the big pharma and stuff, they want to keep you sick. But the thing is that's not good for the economy, Because if you have to spend, 8% or 16%, or for people that with dealing with chronic conditions, up to half of their money on just health, it would be way better for the economy, the government, for society, for literally everyone else, except for the people who profiteer off of chronic illnesses. It would be better for literally everyone else to just get rid of those health issues altogether. Being healthy is cheap. Cheap citizens keep paying taxes. They keep working.
The behavioral therapy, my wife is a therapist, so that is one of the places that I expect humans to last the longest going forward. One of the issues that we have right now is that we have a shortage of mental health professionals and therapists. This would alleviate that to an extent because you would have more people available to go into those careers. And there's a variety of different things that people are just going to prefer humans continue to do, right? One of the things is like acting. Whatever the numbers are, there are fewer people who are going to want to watch robot actors than there are people who are going to want to watch human actors. So that is something fun. Now that could change over time because we can't see the future in that way. But at least for the immediate future, I expect certain aspects where people do prefer that human interaction for that to still exist. Well, like, to an extent, yes. I mean, there is an AI VTuber on Twitch who gets way more followers and subs than I do. So we're already here for that, right? Like,
cheap or healthy consumers keep buying goods and services, and they buy goods and services other than healthcare. So the economic incentive is there. So whenever people complain about like, oh, well, the elites are going to keep it for themselves, I don't think that's going to be the case. And another reason that I believe this is because when you look at what it actually takes to create regenerative medicine, autologous stem cells and rejuvenation therapies, these are not particularly expensive. Yeah, I know there's that tech bro out in California who's spending $1 million a year to like, quote, get back to age 18. But the thing is like a lot of these, yes, that is expensive, but when you look at what's actually effective and the underlying principles, it's not that expensive. And all we need to do is like figure out how to mass produce some of these things. And the economics, it makes sense. This is another thing where I think government subsidies will make sense as well, because if you cure something permanently, if the treatment is not that expensive hypothetically, but you still need someone to do it, I think that the pharmas and doctors and everyone else will probably be incentivized through subsidies. Like basically, here's how I might structure that incentive structure. Where let's say someone comes to you and they've got a chronic condition. What you would do is actually incentivize the doctor to cure that chronic condition by saying, if you cure this permanently, you get a $20,000 bonus for curing it permanently. So basically you incentivize the behavior that you want to see. If it's like heart disease, like, oh, hey, like you've got high cholesterol, you're starting to get heart failure, let's give you the right medicines, the right therapies, the right treatments to permanently cure this, to clear all your arteries, to make sure that your heart is as healthy as it was when you were 8 years old, right? Then you incentivize that. You incentivize the cure, not the treatment, because that's one of the biggest problems with medicine today.
Ignore this specific number and look at the concept. The concept is that, again, remember, he is through economic models that are related to incentives through dollars. I'm not actually certain where you come down, but you may not be, right? So there could be a different incentive for you. You could do it altruistically, what have you, things like that. But under his model, he is talking to your person who believes that capitalism is good. Well, again, remember that in this model, because the costs of everything are reduced by 10 times, that's actually 200,000, right? And I mean, Salk did it for free, right? Or Neuron free.
Is through government subsidies and Medicare and Medicaid and all that stuff, we incentivize the treatment, which is why doctors overdiagnose. But what we really need to do is incentivize the cures. Okay. Now, one thing that I need to address, and I have addressed this in previous videos, is that even if we create hyperabundance of energy and timber and cognitive labor, there's still going to be a few primary scarce inputs to the economy, namely desirable land and rare minerals. So to address both of these, desirable land, as I mentioned, America is super, super, super empty. There is a lot of place that we can spread to. And if your job is not tied, one, if you don't have a job, you can live anywhere you want. But also, if your job is not tied to a geographic location, a particular city, you can also move wherever you want. Remote work is on the rise. So there is a lot of space that we can spread out into. And before you say, oh, well, there's a reason people don't live there, that's not necessarily true. A lot of the frontier towns were built by the railroad companies who just said, hey, we're going to build a railroad through this area. They bought all the land, they built it, they literally just fabricated a town, which is why you see some of them in straight lines, right, through like Arkansas and Nebraska and stuff, is because they were literally just fabricated out of the Great Plains, where the railroads created a train station and then sold the land and developed it and said, look, now there's a town here. I think we're going to see the same thing again, not necessarily through railroads, but my point is that you can create a town pretty much anywhere in America. Now, the biggest problem is water is actually the scarcest resource. But with energy hyperabundance, you can recycle water pretty easily. So yeah, if you want to live out in New Mexico, you might live a little bit more like the Fremen, which some people would want to do that anyways. Rare minerals is going to be the other big thing, but I don't know if you saw in the news, NASA and a few others are working on sending probes to like asteroids and meteors that are chock full of really, really valuable minerals. So hopefully we can end up with a hyperabundance of minerals just by mining asteroids in space. If we can't do that, the coming age of quantum computing is going to help us create what's called metamaterials. So these are like nanoparticles that give us properties that you wouldn't otherwise expect. So one of the most famous one, of course, is like carbon nanotubes and graphene, right? Graphene is a single sheet of carbon, which has really, really cool properties. It can be superconductive. It can be a super, super fast transistor, that sort of stuff. So metamaterials and material science will be accelerated by artificial intelligence and quantum computing. So hopefully we can just say, you know what, instead of needing cobalt and nickel and cadmium and lithium, what if we can just make everything out of iron and carbon with nanoparticles that are really cheap to mass produce? We're not there yet, but hypothetically it's possible. So we could overcome these two major scarce bottlenecks.
Okay. Yeah, now he's going to talk about quantum computing and like that. If you wish to watch the rest of the video, it will be available, as always, in the Discord. I need to use the bathroom before I join the Twitter space, which I will be doing very shortly. So I'm going to leave you for a moment with Art and Cats. I will be right back, and then we will be joining that Twitter space, and we will see how this goes. It's an adventure for all of us, because I've never done one of these before.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible. Cutting budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money. A plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
thank you for everyone who stuck around. Let me see.
Yeah, we have other people speaking. Wait, do you know what posthumanism is?
Whoop.
All right, wow, we just got 3 people in at once, or 2 at once. We got Globus, we got Corey, we got Paradigm. This is a full house already, almost. For some of you, it might be new to these spaces. If you're having any trouble joining a speaker or any trouble with the interface or anything, just let me know. DM me. I can try and help you through it. Also, I think you do need to be on a mobile device to speak in a Twitter space. I may have forgotten to mention that.
Oh.
So yeah, that's one thing to know. I'm not sure. I don't believe that Elon has updated this so that you can actually join a speaker on a computer, on a laptop, on a Mac. I think it needs to be an iPhone or an Android.
That really sucks because I generally did spaces from computer.
Yeah, it allows you to like listen, I think, on those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if we want to get started, so Illuminati, since no one else has really offered yet, how do you define posthumanism? What does that mean?
From what I understand, it's like after the human condition. It's like basically when you start being able to combine technology and human bodies, basically.
Nah, we can talk about it. I just didn't know that
What? Welcome.
Unless
you muted yourself.
Unless I'm confusing this with transhumanism, I'm not too sure.
Not necessarily. Also, you muted yourself, Paradigm. Feel free to introduce yourself and add in what you're saying. We'll bring in hands eventually. The hands rule where we have to like raise our hands for speaking is only going to happen when it gets more busy.
Hold on, because it's delayed on the desktop.
Hello.
I need to I can do something cool. I'm just gonna have to do it. All right, hold on, give me a second. Sorry.
No worries.
All right.
Welcome in, Globus.
Hold on one second.
Hello.
Okay.
So you ever been in a Twitter space before?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I think I'm gonna mute my, because I'm playing this on stream.
Hold on 1 sec.
And I'm gonna mute my mic.
No worries.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I think I'm gonna mute my, because I'm playing this on stream, and I'm gonna mute my mic.
No problem. Also, welcome in, Corey. Corey, you've been in like our previous Twitter space. Have you been in any since? And if in either way, like you might actually be able to give some people some pointers, people who are new to these spaces.
Okay, I think it should work.
No, I haven't. This is basically my second time. Yeah, your other Twitter space last time was my first time. So still learning the ropes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
okay,
we can hear you.
Awesome. I've got it all worked out for both the stream and me. Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome in, Paradigm. It's good to have you.
All right, what we ready? We doing it? You still asking the question? What's up?
Basically, so I'm hearing a lot of audio issues on Globus's end, but that's fine. Well, basically, we start off with defining this. Like I'll add in the tweet actually, since I'll tell you a bit about Twitter Spaces to begin with. There's up to 10 speakers, up to 2 co-hosts, 1 host, and as many listeners as needed. And there's a thing at the top here called a Jumbotron. That's basically where you can add tweets to this. I'm not sure if that'll be too much used in this space, but anything relating to, there'll be several people here who have specific knowledge like Way and Illuminati on things relating to biology, chemistry. I think I've heard things relating to organic farming we're going to learn about as well. The space has 3 main topics: AI, futurology, and posthumanism. So dealing with artificial intelligence, the implications of that for the future, understanding basically predicting that future and larger aspects of just technology itself, and then also the impact on this on the human condition, which is posthumanism.
Dope.
Yeah.
Are we ready to start? Is everybody here?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. It's a matter of so just before we had a whole bunch of people join as well, and I think we've already got 2 other followers, listeners, sorry, in this. Yeah, I think we can start. And so yeah, the questions really is we start with definitions, I think, in these spaces. And so there's a definition of AI, and it might be a misnomer according to some, artificial intelligence. What does that immediately picture to mind, and how would you define that?
So I guess I'll start. Even though I feel like Globus should be the first one to speak because that's the AI man. That's
He
the
really
man
is.
on the AI. I picture a bright. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be short with my answer on this one because normally I'm long-winded. I think that I picture a world in which everyone sees the benefits of a technology as far as their work lives are concerned. And when they get a taste of it, just like we're seeing these entrepreneurs and tech bros, look, you can recreate art and you can stretch out and see a full image and da-da-da, this and that. I think that this is the final awakening for a lot of people to say, yo, wait a minute, Earth feel like it's moving. You know what I mean? Earth is going somewhere, and if we're gonna approach this, I don't remember the Jetsons working 40 hours a week, 70 hours a week. I don't remember, all these the futuristic tech. Food was in a pill that you put in the microwave and it turns into a full plate. They're gonna start asking for stuff. In other words, I think this is the general populace's great chance to quote unquote funny, not funny meme awaken.
No, I get that. There's definitely the thing is the younger generation that is really getting hugely into AI as well, and not just the entrepreneurs, but the larger workforce. Gen Z is the generation that is doing what people call quiet quitting, and what that really means is that they don't like working, and that they're also not going to do unpaid labor. And it's as this shit comes to fruition, we're going to find I think a negotiation take place, and it's not the same. It's not necessarily a union style negotiation, but I think it's more going to be one of just sort of this mass backing out, and that the system has to adapt to that. Even recently, no matter how many jobs get replaced by AI, and to that does occur to us an extent, we're also finding wages having to increase in places where people just are not working because they know that the wages are not fucking fair, and that inflation, and it's not just inflation, it's the cost of living that's really the problem here. That basically their choice to not work. It's a matter of that's the only way they can actually get wages to increase. And this negotiation takes place in multiple ways, but I don't know if I don't know. I'm trying to, in this space, the whole idea is we're going to create a bigger, more accurate and more thorough picture of that future. And we have, again, it's not just AI, it's not just posthumanism, not just even sort of that broader picture of the future, but also a matter of basically when I picture AI, at least I used to, before I learned about things like ChatGPT, before I learned about that, I sort of pictured an old movie. I pictured Isaac Asimov, or I pictured, all these movies about maybe the Terminator, the idea that it would grow self-aware. But it's kind of funny because I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to grow sentient. What I realize is that it's just technology is just filtered through the ideology of the present day. It's filtered through the economy, filtered through capitalism. And so we don't end up with the Jetsons, because the Jetsons is not profitable. But yeah, let's diving a bit into it. Globus, is your mic working now?
Yeah, can you hear me? Do I sound good?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Perfect. Okay, so to answer your first question first, and then I want to reference the statement that you just made. The AI is a term that, the use of AI or artificial intelligence, its utility is based on your standpoint. If you are in the fields that relate to artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, any of the things that are related to that, delineating between which thing is which, I think, has value, right? The precision of language is important in that regard. I think in general speech, being able to incorporate the entirety of these things under a single blanket term, which is very easy for people to use, like in this case, AI, it has more utility than, oh, that's not AI, that's machine learning. There are two things related to that. One is that Mark Andreessen recently appeared on the Lex Friedman podcast, and he referred to machine learning as part of AI. And so he's a big name in the field, and he is doing that same thing. The other issue is where we as a technological people, we have referred to things as AI until it works, and then we start referring to it, oh, that's just math, or that's just machine learning, or that's just an algorithm, those kind of things. So it's like before it works, it's AI, and then after it works, we get specific with the language. And I don't think that that's necessary for us to talk about the thing. And I think that that level of precision, generally speaking, is counter to the purposes of having a real discussion around it. Now, to the Jetsons thing, there is a person on YouTube. I talk about it. We watch his videos, but he's on YouTube. If you don't want to watch my stream for whatever reason, I don't know why. I'm a great person to come visit. His name is David Shapiro. David Shapiro talks about what the future economic model is going to look like. And he comes to it from a capitalist lens. He's a fan of capitalism. He thinks it works. He thinks it just could do it better. This is fine. This is the kind of person that I could talk to. I am a leftist. I come from the other direction. However, he is talking about these things. He's talking about a UBI. He's talking about automating away all the jobs and where people would stay at home or do very little work. The joke with the Jetsons is, I pushed the button 5 times today. That was the George Jetson bit. He's envisioning that future. There are people who are talking about it. It is functionally realistic and not like we don't have to do magic to get there. We can get there by just watching these tools continue to fill out the spaces that they are already in and get better, which is what is going to continue to happen, in my humble opinion.
So yeah, we have several realms to go down in terms of AI, and I think we're going to start with that because in these spaces we tend to start with there's really 3 topics. Again, it's AI, futurology, and posthumanism, and we're going to start with AI. So I'm wondering, there's really several realms here. There's AI in regards to, again, the economy and how that's, whether or not we will actually reach to something like the Jetsons, whether this will simply lead to more of a Blade Runner-esque utopia, or dystopia, or really that sort of realm of general economics. So I'm wondering, one thing I think of when I think of AI and when I think of its usage, I think of basically it's sort of like a new sort of factory. It's very much, of course, it's not a place, but rather it's sort of this new, it's much like that sort of realm of the Industrial Revolution where we're now dealing with the replacement of tasks. And particularly, this is actually something that I remember, I think this was mentioned on one of Corey's streams, and yeah, we have a lot of guests who stream here. Corey, I think you were discussing at one point, AI in use in medicine and how it's going to, and how it's already actually being used to some degree in sort of the medical field with doctors and the to I think it was not necessarily to replace diagnosis, but rather to talk to patients. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I covered a specific paper, research paper about this, where basically they were testing an AI's ability to answer patient questions. And basically, instead of having a doctor do it, where it occupies a large portion of their time, answering emails or answering patient questions electronically, they tested the AI's ability to not only answer the questions, but actually to answer the questions in an empathetic and informative way. And in this particular study, the AI appeared to outperform pretty much in all dimensions, as in not only did they provide in-depth informative answers in comparison to the doctors, but they also were found to be more empathetic, as in the doctors, when they responded, they were actually understandably straight and to the point because they're pressed for time, as opposed to an AI, there's essentially no time constraints, and it was actually able to provide both informative and empathetic answers, which I think is super interesting.
That seems to sort of ring to me as one of the main concerns, not necessarily a concern. It could be used in a positive manner, but I also see sort of the aspect of there are major issues in the medical field, especially with doctors being massively overworked with sort of mental health in those fields, any medical field, and also just in STEM in general is terrible. And that instead of actually really solving these concerns, instead of paying people better, instead of offering more bricks, instead of really pivoting towards actually having more doctors and more sort of availability, like in Canada, we sort of have a sort of lack of that. We have I remember, like was mentioned in a previous space, that that in Canada like lacks a lot of, doesn't have nearly as many medical schools as per se the US. And that leads to us, despite having really more public healthcare, we also have that issue of scarcity. And it's like, this essentially seems to be like almost a crutch now. And I'm not sure, like, is this in some way nefarious, or do you believe that it's going to be like a purely positive impact on doctors? Because I can also see how if this is like, I don't think they're going to lay off doctors like they would lay off a sort of newspaper worker because they can use ChatGPT. It's a matter of, this seems like a very different situation where I'm wondering, like, basically, do you believe that this is a purely positive impact that this will have?
Is that directed at me specific, or just to the general?
Well, you're the one who knows the study, although anyone else obviously can answer.
Well, this is like I guess all the research on, or at least most of the research on AI when it comes to these specific topics, I think is in its infancy. I see, as of right now, both sides in terms of, I can totally see a place for, an AI providing hopefully accurate, informative medical information, through, let's say, some sort of patient portal that essentially, hopefully, just results in freeing up the human medical professional's time, do other things. But I can also see, as you sort of alluded to, like, well, we might just be phasing out doctors. So basically, I would prefer it that it's more supplemental as a substitute, but I can totally see moving in the direction of substitute, which I don't think is a good thing.
Yeah.
I do specifically today. I was talking about, as an older person, what it looks like for me to visit the doctor for like a regular checkup, what that looks like, that kind of thing. And also, I don't know about anyone else, but like at my local grocery store, there is a little machine next to the pharmacy where I can get my blood pressure taken. So when I go to the doctor, he asks me a bunch of questions. How am I doing? This, that, and the other. Anything related to the medication I'm on to control my high blood pressure. And then listens to my breathing, listens to my heart, takes my blood pressure, and like that. I don't see a reason why we couldn't easily automate that type of experience at the doctors, where you don't necessarily, you could have a human doctor reviewing like the outputs, that kind of thing, but that's basically like going to be the majority of routine visits is that type of experience. You're just going to get checked. You're going to get checked to make sure that there's nothing wrong with you that needs to be addressed. And having it take like a 10-minute visit to the auto doc rather than the half hour to an hour at the doctor's office, I think would not only increase the frequency at which people would be able to take advantage, barring any other changes to the economy and everything else, but also lower the cost, because you don't have the person involved. It's all automated within that regard. And so extrapolating on that idea, if I could then have the auto doc take like maybe a blood sample and like a nose swab or something like that, it would be able to take those samples and either address them immediately through some internal, AI powered analysis, or it's sent to the place that does that thing. I'm not an expert on how that's done, so I don't know how intensive it is and what it would take to do that, but I see it being like a possibility. So now we create a scenario like with something like COVID or any other outbreak, pandemic, potential item, you would be able to have people who would go like for a monthly checkup to the auto doc, 10 minutes in and out. Then they get these samples taken, and then we're seeing, the AI algorithm is seeing an uptick in either these proteins or this virus or whatever within this group of people. We can then use like AlphaFold 2 to generate the vaccine in a week, and then we're immediately addressing those type of problems right there at the source. We're preventing it from becoming a pandemic, and all the increased costs that are associated with that type of medical intervention and economic disruption and everything that goes along with that. That to me is something that I can see short term, and it takes a lot of, again, my major focus with automation is to take away the drudgery, the day-to-day stuff that humans do in order to function with these things, and leave the humans to do like the truly creative stuff that require us to be human. You know what I mean? I see that as a possibility. Corey, if you want to respond to that, I would love to hear your take.
Well, I pretty much agree with everything that you've just outlined, as in, like, if AI serves that function, as in for humans to pretty much exercise, their full creativity, and let's say, as you say, no longer or less concerned with the drudgery, then I think that is like a great thing. Like that specific situation that you've outlined, where pretty much, you have AI in charge of kind of like triage or maybe like risk assessment, maybe flagging things for where, you get actual human doctor intervention, or even just like, you have an AI in charge of, I don't know, some routine medical, whatever procedures, like whatever, blood pressure, temperature, et cetera, et cetera. I think that is a great thing, like for sure. Where like if we actually get to that, I'm not against that picture that you paint. I just have other concerns, where, yeah, everything you outlined sounds like the direction to go in. I'm just a little bit skeptical of whether I should go in that direction.
Well, one thing that I think will decide whether we go in that, and I'm not an expert on science. There are many people here who are far more sort of involved in AI and more involved in sort of experimental like science and the like than I am. However, what I do know, however, is basically the direction this goes depends on who's controlling AI. If doctors actually have that voice and like scientists like have that voice brought to the table when it comes down to the usage, then maybe. But I also see like I worry that essentially, like if you look at what happens in like, for example, stores nowadays, you find even like something like self-checkout, well, not necessarily AI, it is an example basically of instead of sort of these stores having employees take on larger roles, they rather would much prefer to just fire them because that's more cost effective. Now, science isn't necessarily always a for-profit sector, and the ways in which it is are different than like a grocery store or anything of that nature. However, I'm worried that to some degree that really capitalism will get in the way, particularly the manner at which this can become more effective and become better for the public good in the way in which it can just be used to create more profit. I'm wondering, are they in alignment or are they at odds?
I'd like to answer
to respond specifically. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll hand it to Paradigm, and then we'll.
It's funny that you say you're worried. It's funny that like I've heard like you very, very smart people talk about like how beneficial it is, and then you're worried that like the profit motive will get in. I mean, do you really not see people already doing things like in the Assetto Corsa community and the CarX community? There are people who spend the Sims community. There are places online already where technology is taken to an advanced level just for the sake of the creativity of the people around them. If you can cultivate an audience, if you can get somebody to get somebody to get somebody to spearhead that project, you could probably get that in places quickly without that profit. Now, will better companies come along and say, hey, well, if they made it for free, we bought the patents and now we can sell it to you? Sure, we could always get into that. But like, there are methods for the general populace to take these pieces of technology and use them for that good. And I believe that they already are.
That's a fair point. For me, it's not a matter of like, it's not just the profit motive. It's rather a matter of those that already have all the money, or obviously those that are not exactly in alignment with the public good. And also, like, when it comes down to new inventions that can serve the public good, that begin that way and then end differently, like insulin, being diabetic. I know a fair bit about the history of insulin and about people like Dr. Frederick Banting. The fact is that he and other Canadian surgeons, researchers, and the like, they basically were able to take insulin from animals, from their pancreases, and eventually were able to synthesize it. And they gave the patent to the University of Toronto for $1 Canadian. And they said the insulin belongs to the world and not to them. Do you know how much insulin costs for a single vial nowadays? Do you wonder how that happened and how it shifted? It comes down to those who had money. It comes down to those who had the resources to actually, like, AI requires servers. AI requires a lot of capital to do things on a massive scale with it. And it's a matter of that I don't necessarily see this existing outside, or rather, not to say that I think that's even the question of whether it exists independently, but rather that those who hold the majority of capital already will find their way to this, and they already have to some degree, and that it's the people alone are not always enough. Like those projects can get shut down, especially if they end up violating, for example, copyright. Or you see this all the time with like projects of passion that they're just shut down.
That sounds like a skill issue. I would simply win the court case.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Oh, hello. I want to comment. First time here. So yeah, the thing with AI models, we already have some that run on like consumer-based hardware. So the requirements to run those models are always decreasing. So at some point, regardless of what those companies have, people will be able to use them regardless. So the projects are they're in use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To bring it back to what you said about the self-checkout, right? So two things go hand in hand with that. One is that I don't want anyone working at, as a person doing checkout. That's 8 hours on your feet at minimum. That's a terrible job. No one should have to do it. So that falls into the place I would want more checkout, right? What the fundamental issue is below that is built on is the fact that people's material needs need to be met, right?
Yeah.
So I need people to have housing. I need people to have healthcare. I need people to have food, all the things. Maslow's hierarchy, those bottom 2-3 levels need to be met for all people. That is my starting position in any conversation. Now, if you look at it, if you can look at it through the eyes of the capitalist, when you look at something like what's currently going down in Florida, where they don't have enough construction workers and food workers, like people harvesting the food in the fields and things like that, like due to their own fault, screw them. But the fact is they don't have the people. That type of thing, like what's going on with, like what went on with the train unions, what went on with what's going on with the dock workers unions, all of those issues motivate the capitalists to automate those fields as quickly as they can. On stream today, we watched, there's a port in China that's like only employs 25% of the normal quantity of people required to run a port at that level. And it's also much more efficient and better and yada, yada, yada. So eventually you end up with too much people not doing work. And you either have to say, okay, it is time, and hopefully we start talking about this now and we really move in this direction. We need, UBI, we need to provide for people's material needs, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. I just care what it does. Where you have this, where we're supplying people's material needs at some baseline level and everyone is taken care of, or you end up with a massive amount of people who don't have anything to do and whose children are hungry. And when you end up in a situation where people don't have something to do and their children are hungry, they will find something to do. And I find it difficult to believe that the people who are in those positions of capital capture and generation are not aware of that as a concept and wouldn't want to address it. People like Sam Altman are already talking about like a $33,000 a year UBI, which I understand might not sound like a lot to some people, but there's a variety of factors within the automation cycle that could reduce our costs by up to 10 times, which means that functionally you're talking about a UBI of 300,000 in that circumstance. Watch Dave Shapiro's videos regarding UBI, the ones over the last couple of weeks. He does a very good job of explaining how all these numbers work and like that. That's what I can recommend in that regard. And that's my position on the thing.
One thing I think of though is that like in any situation, like I remember recently I was reading like on like Utopian Socials and basically these very early days of automation where essentially you end up with industrial capital and you had people who had, well, it very much reminds you of this actually, like people, I forget his exact name, like Robert Owens, for example, and sort of less radical figures even, who improved working conditions and found, and basically made, there's like, as like those factories developed, they realized long-term growth required treating their employees better. Just as nowadays with Walmart, you're finding that they're actually losing money, not just through theft, which is of course is a result of like the majority, like so many Walmart employees are literally on social services because they're not being paid enough. And that this is actually affecting Walmart's bottom line. And that maybe there'll be a point at which they deal with that, but we find at least in the majority that even those that might seem more altruistic, it still creates further inequality. They will always be on the top through this mechanism. And I don't see, I don't know, for me, it's a matter of if everything improves for everyone equally, but then you're not fixing the actual inequality in place, then you're still maintaining a great injustice.
No, and I can appreciate that. Like, one of the things that I talk about related to this whole fully automated future that we're, potentially going into, and in my opinion, going into, is the idea of the like algocracy, right? Like a distribution model that relies, that can functionally handle that. The issue that people bring up around centrally planned economies is that they are slow to react. And that's true. 100% that's true. However, Walmart and Amazon use a planned economy run by algorithm to distribute their resources. So the only issue at hand with taking this model as it currently exists is eliminating the bottleneck of profit taking, whether you do it through some outside force, either subsidizing them or nationalizing them, whatever, might be done in order to facilitate that. But the system remains in place. And it is not without example, because if you are aware of 1970s Chile before, before the coup, they were setting up exactly that. And this was the 1970s. This isn't something that's like way futuristic. This is almost as old as I am. And it all exists and it's all, basically ready to go. So let's say that they deny wanting to do it for whatever purpose. Again, historical precedent going all the way back, when you end up with too many people with not enough to do and hungry kids, that's when things get interesting. And those same powers that you're talking about that want to remain in control, they know that. They are as aware of history as anybody else, and they are going to not want those people to not have something to do and for their kids to not be hungry, if you follow me.
Yeah, it sort of reads to me kind of like the obsolescence of trickle-down economics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's play a game then.
Yeah.
Let's
No, go
play
ahead.
a game then. We're talking about hungry families and hungry food. Hungry families and hungry food. We're talking about hungry families
Hungry food.
and empty pockets. Let's chop it up. So when you talk
Yeah.
about people needing something to do, I'm gonna tell you right now. In an environment like the one I'm currently in and the one I grew up with, they're not very far from each other. That's all I'm gonna say. Bored people need excitement. Bored people need a quick score. If I could figure out a way to make like AI do Cash App scams, I'd do it. If I could figure out a way for AI to speed up the I can pull wealth from other people without them knowing process, I would. We are not in a position to talk about these new technologies anymore as an emergence towards what it will affect the younger class with. What will it affect? Like, we are already at the point where it's speeding so fast that I can probably make a feature film without ever touching a camera. The accessibility factor will create, I believe, a sort of vacuum. And this vacuum, I feel like maybe you all won't be in it. Because what we have to really think about is when you already have desperate people. I'm quiet on the space.
You are a little,
I'm sorry. Is this better?
I can hear you just fine. I could hear you.
Okay, I've tried to keep the phone away from me so that way I wouldn't look like I was holding it while I was on stream. Well, here we are. Okay.
No, this is good. This is good.
Okay. I do have like
You sound good.
like lav microphones and shit. I just didn't think to like pull that out. I probably should have. That's my bad. I'll know for next space. So we need to analyze, or I would like to at least bring up that you're talking about opening up vast worlds of opportunity that have legacies behind them. The film and TV industry, the writing industry. We're talking about the automation of jobs like service workers, and like all of these have legacies of types of people behind them. And what do you do with that populace when you start giving them tools to like, yo, you can make this, that, and the other. But here's the thing. You're not going to get paid for it, and everybody else could do it. How do you stop that populace from viewing their like newfound like existence as something worth living is the question I always ask.
Well, what is the metric of recognition under the current paradigm?
Gang.
I did that on purpose. The metric of recognition under the current paradigm is money, right? Like that is what people do things for. I make this movie because I needed to sell 300 billion tickets in order to, make the profits and all that kind of thing. The post-dollar paradigm is like skill. It is the meritocracy. I'm going to watch Paradigm's film because Paradigm's humanity brings something in particular. He and I had the same tools, but there is something different about him that allows him to create something in a particular way that really resonates with more people or resonates with those people on a more fundamental level. And that is going to be the metric of competition rather than dollars, right?
Yeah, there's like a really fundamental question here, and it kind of reminds me of that Star Trek episode, actually. You know, the one where you have all these people from like I think it was like the 21st century or the 20th century that enter the Enterprise, and it's like, at one point they're like, wait, there's no money anymore? What am I supposed to do with my life? What? Like, and then Picard basically responds, I'm going to have to paraphrase here because I don't remember exactly, but the whole idea was that it's a challenge to actually be human at that point. Like, I think the really question here, it comes down to something that it's almost existentialist in a sense, the idea of, like, you know, if you ever heard of bad faith in the actual philosophical sense, it's the idea of like the over-enthusiastic waiter that believes that all they are is the waiter, even if they're just doing it to earn money for their college, for their family, whatever. But then that they sort of view that as themselves. And at that point, I think people are forced to reckon with the reality that I think what capitalism has done is like industrial capitalism and also service era capitalism with waiters and the like. It's like once we get to the point where we don't even necessarily need a replicator. We don't need these technologies that can just completely automate the process. But once it becomes to the point that human labor isn't necessarily the core process, you get to that point where basically you realize that it's not necessarily what makes you human. It's not what makes you special or unique or an individual. And the illusion of sort of, I think, sort of illusions of that, like, work makes you human in some sense, or rather that this role is necessary, they shatter. And that I think that might be part of why, like, I see sort of this is one thing I want to actually pivot to a bit here. Nowadays I see like all these types, especially like old news sites and like fear mongering about AI, and they'll use like old media and the type like, oh, it could turn into Skynet. That's one thing. But then also there's the idea of like, let's put it on hold. I think them putting it on hold might have to do with them having to prepare for this massive shift with this almost as I describe it almost as an obsolescence of trickle down economics, which is sort of it's sort of co-occurring with the reality which like massive corporations like Walmart are learning, that even if they're too big to fail, that they're still losing money because so many of their workers are so poor that basically an economy where the people, like, austerity is not working is basically what I'm saying. And that this in addition to these great advances in technology, it's like, is it possible for capitalism to make itself obsolete?
It's designed
100%.
It's designed to. And I believe the quote you were talking about, if I remember, the acquisition of wealth is no longer like the forward force, the perpetual force. Literally.
Yeah.
We work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. Yeah.
Right.
It's enrichment. It's circles. It's okay. So you know what? Instead of me being all philosophical, it's my marathon. So I'm streaming 7 days straight. I gotta prep myself for that. It's the enrichment of social circles. Like, fine art sells, so therefore people who can sell are the ones who display their fine art. What if I made it so like everybody could do fine art? Oh, then fine art would lose its value, right? But then the people who have all the money could spend more and get more fine art, which could put money in the hands of people who generally weren't considered to be fine art. So my like, I agree with y'all. This reminds me of fucking another segment from a show, and it was like, instead of the disagreement corner, it was the agreement corner. It was like, stop right there, I agree with you.
That is what these spaces pretty much are. We are not a debate club. We are a discussion and agreement club to some degree.
But like,
perfect.
Right.
Need more of that.
Like, I feel like we ask ourselves, will the like capital owners kind of fall in line? Capitalism designs itself to make itself obsolete. That's the only way this shit work. Because if we made lives better for people, the rich people would make more fucking money. So like, the fact that they choosing to do it not that way kind of shows that like it's self-destructive. You are causing your own demise. Like, nobody said you had to be Vin Diesel and charge $2 million per scene. You could go to an indie filmmaker trying to make a break and be like, yo, you got a fire ass script. I'll act in your film for 30 seconds for $50. I'm just driving and I want gas money. I'll feel like pulling out the ATM to get a honey. Boom, you done made his career, you got your gas filled, and now the money keep going. I'm confused as to why you just don't do that. And that's why, like, the AI thing throws me for a loop, because here's Vin Diesel, you can mimic his voice. Copyright law, though. Oh, all the things that, like, you weren't a part of before are the reasons why you can't be a part of it still, even though we gave you the tools and told you you could. It feels like we keep giving you the tools and then telling you you're not allowed to play with them. That's fucked up.
I'm not sure entirely where to go from there. One thing I'm thinking of though is like, I don't know, the vision of Star Trek and the vision sort of like this again. It's almost like a utopian style socialist society. The idea, of course, of capitalism making itself obsolete and that you live in this post scarcity world. Now, one thing that I think is missed on is that I don't see the mechanism, and I think Globus also echoed this. I don't see the mechanism. I don't think either of us see the mechanism by which this ends that structure itself. That we can all be better off, and I have no doubt that technology has always done this. Now, technology can be used for ill and also for good, but the thing is that in general it does lead to better outcomes for everyone. But it also generally does not seem too likely to disrupt existing power structures. It's political movements that do that, not technological ones.
Right, and this is one of the things is that I don't think, I don't even know if they're capable, but I don't think people appreciate the level of disruption that is going to occur from the current revolution that we're in. That like every great change, such as they are throughout history, has been preceded by a level of disruption, usually something related to like a plague or a war or this kind of thing. This is going to do a level of disruption greater than anything that has ever happened in human history. And at that time, something is going to happen on the other end. Because unlike those wars and things of that nature, because we can see it, we can plan for it. This is why I think it's very important to be having these conversations now as opposed to waiting to some nebulous future date. We can decide collectively what kind of future we are going to want to see, and because the other thing that happens when you automate all those jobs is not only do you unemploy a lot of people, but you drive the costs of production towards zero, right? Which is allegedly the goal of capitalism. So when you produce, let's say oranges, right? You have to pay the worker who maintains the oranges throughout the growing season, the worker who picks the oranges, the worker who transports the oranges to the central location, the worker who breaks up the oranges into more, usable packaging, then transports those to the place where the people get them, and then you need to pay the worker who sells that. Every single one of those people gets paid some non-zero amount, and all of that accumulates into the cost of the orange. When you automate all those steps, you have eliminated all those dollars from the cost, which means that people are able to produce more oranges for cheaper. And this is one of the reasons why that $20,000, $33,000 UBI goes up in its capacity to purchasing power, but also it's less money for the capitalist, and it's inherent within the thing. The only thing that you can do in that place, if you want to maintain this current profit margin that you are getting as a capitalist, is hold your price. Well, then me, as South Coast Orange, I'm going to undercut you. I can undercut you by 50%. Now I'm seizing the entire market. So then you respond by cutting it down to 30%, and so on, and so on, and so on. All these things are inherent in capitalism. We don't have to do anything. The system itself creates this environment. Does that make sense?
It does. My concern, however, is that I think you're largely correct in your statement. The issue is, though, that it doesn't whatsoever remove the theft inherent to that structure, and also there's also a capacity to which, like you mentioned, that there's no specific event where this occurs, but there is certainly, I think, a tipping point where at least within this theory that it would shift in favor of human need, that you would find living conditions increase through technology in a way that was not only limited to first world nations, that actually aided the global south, and we're not necessarily seeing that to nearly the degree that we ought to, and we're, I think, rather like, I basically what I'm getting at here is that the ways in which this will benefit us are not transformative, but rather they're more sort of a modifier to that current structure of capitalism. It's the idea of that structure itself changing. It does not seem too likely to me.
Well, in response to the Global South portion, the vice president of Ghana recently wrote an article for The Guardian and how he felt that automation and AI and these things are going to be transformative, and he wants to put Ghana at the forefront of that. And I think that because you can create a distributed model around these items without needing, like one of the things about coal production for electricity is you have to have coal, right? And the reason England took off in the Industrial Revolution so quickly is they had a ready supply of coal. Well, if you base your electrical production around wind and solar, then you can do that anywhere because it exists everywhere. So you've distributed that portion of it to the point where in the global south we're going to throw up a solar farm, we're going to throw up a wind farm. Now we have the electricity and we can create the infrastructure to outdo other people at this game. And I don't expect everybody to know all the things regarding what's happening with AI and automation. I am in no way, this is what I do, and I still can't stay on top of it because so much is happening so fast and people are wanting to participate in these things. But I have the references in my Discord. I have everything I've ever touched around the subject if people want to delve more deeply into it.
Absolutely. One other aspect, and I think this is something we can move towards, is because like we're sort of reaching that point of like we see like all these positives of AI, and I'm not trying. I know the space isn't meant to be negative on it. I may sound very cynical surrounding it. It's more a matter of I see during sort of every technological style revolution, like the Industrial Revolution, I also see it come alongside with political revolutions, and that those are the ones that actually shift power structures. Even if the technological revolution shifts the dynamic, it's the political revolution that allows for the structure to change, that allows for any significant reordering of society in a way that is usually to some degree more equitable. And it's a matter of how do we even envision that in a world that is like nowadays you sort of, I think, find particularly on the left and also in the West, you find like sort of this doomerism, this hopelessness, this idea of we live now in a surveillance state, and that's only going to get more powerful. We now live in this situation where like I don't know, like for example, it wasn't that long ago that Biden ended up arresting a vast portion of, I believe it was the I forget it was the African Socialist Party, I believe, in the U.S. or something along those lines, and that these kind of things, like basically there is this point at which this only will be in the hands, at least in my opinion, will only be in the hands of those that are the most powerful, and the dissidents are going to gain less traction. This is going to become more of a technological revolution than ever before. In the Industrial Revolution, have you ever heard of Neo-Luddites? Do you know what those are? And sorry, actually, more just Luddites in general, the original Luddites. People sort of about this idea. We had a space not too long ago, a few weeks ago, about Ted Kaczynski's death, and we talked about the difference between his ideas and the ideas of actual Luddites. And basically, that Luddites, this is actually described by more modern historians, that it was basically a form of collective bargaining by riot. That as these factories formed, that you had a lot of child labor. That was freaking awful, and that you found that a lot of people took up to arms and they burned down the factories where you had child labor occurring. Only those factories, or at least primarily those ones. And that through things like that, again, collective bargaining by riot, that cannot occur so much in the modern day, as we find police being far more militarized than ever. And that it's a matter of, I don't know if necessarily, like the idea of revolution, and there's so many definitions of this, the way I would define it really, again, it's a restructuring of societies, usually in a way that is not necessarily violent, but rather that it is, I don't know how to properly define that. I can really get it. We can get into the definition of revolution, but really what I'm saying here is that this sort of a shift like this that is almost entirely going to be technological, where the political lens of it is, it's very hard to have that radical position now in society. And maybe it's not more dangerous than it used to be. I can't speak for a century ago, but what kind of consequences will that have? Where those that are negatively affected by these policies are going to have less capacity to actually sort of act out against it than they ever have before. Or am I wrong about my premise in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, realize I've been doing a lot of the talking. If anyone wants to jump in, just
anyone
tell me
else
to
as well.
shut up and I will. But I have a response. The nature of this scenario, and this is why I'm talking about the idea of people with nothing to do and hungry kids. You're not wrong in that there will be a political revolution of a specific definition under those circumstances, and it is because we can see it ahead of time that we get to choose whether it's you, me, or Jeff Bezos. We all get to choose. The idea of the surveillance state, it can only grip so tightly before things run through its fingers, right? Like, so the idea of this omnipresent 1984 Big Brother where we all submit under the thing, I find that just looking at human beings being human beings, I find that a very unlikely outcome. I find what could be a more likely outcome would be, pitchforks and torches from the people with the hungry kids. And again, because I can see it, then Jeff Bezos et al. Can see it. And therefore, we have a chance to transition in a way that doesn't disrupt everything that we've already created moving forward. So it would be a different kind of revolution in that it would be like more measured and more like basically we are the midwives of the future at that point, where we get to help birth this future society, because the future contains hyperabundance. And when you can't run a scarcity society in a time of hyperabundance. You just can't do it.
Mm-hmm. Again, my concern, like, there's another thing I want to add, and then I can hand this to someone else, and we don't need to necessarily just go back and forth between you and I. But what I want to say is that
I'm listening,
one thing
bro.
I want to bring on here is that
I really like when I say that's the man. It's like
it's the agreement
right,
corner.
like it's like I'm
it really
like,
is. It really is.
like this is one of them times where you don't gotta don't worry about it. It just happened to be that y'all caught the thread. The fuck I look like interrupting you to say, remember poor black people? Like, dude, it's alright. You good.
So basically, my concern, like you mentioned, that we're going to see the same things. Yeah, you and Jeff Bezos can run down the same street corner. Why can't I speak? And see the same homeless person, but you'll see very different things. You being on the left will likely see the suffering. You'll likely see that this was not necessarily their choice. But someone like Jeff Bezos has, like, the idea, like, that we're all connected just by being human. That's where sort of the utopian aspect comes in, and where maybe I'm more cynical, is that part of being in that position to hold all that authority of being a billionaire makes you a little bit less human. And it also means that what you see, even when we see the very same thing, we see it very differently.
That's
myself and Jeff Bezos, you and Jeff Bezos.
I'm gonna say this, now. Okay, you want let's do some chime in shit. But first, Illuminati want to speak.
Yeah.
Illuminati.
I was only going to add, I'm not too sure, like, just how much are we assuming here that Jeff Bezos is thinking in such a way. Like, maybe it's something else running in his mind. Like, because he is human, he can have other biases, he can have hubris, and this can lead things in a different direction. And it is possible that we are kind of underestimating maybe the resignation of the general public.
Also, just my point really is more on I'll be very, very clear what I believe, that the bourgeoisie are not human. Or rather, when you're in that level of ultra wealth, you stop holding these sort of like the idea that we are all connected just by being human. It's a matter of the empathy of someone like him is going to be very different than you and I, and that it's not necessarily going to be his prime motivator.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, none of what I'm pitching here for my expected state of the future has anything to do um, with them being other than as they are. Everything that I see happens because a thing is of itself. So it is not, and it is perhaps wrong to like single out someone like Jeff Bezos and all our personal baggage that we have towards what it means to be a billionaire and all that, and how it flavors our thinking. Where I expect Jeff Bezos to be Jeff Bezos right up until the point where none of that matters anymore.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah,
sorry,
yo,
paradigm.
okay. Yeah, literally. Yeah, there we go. That
That's very good. Yeah, that's a really good point. My counter to that, firstly, it's not just about Jeff Bezos. There's the reason I mentioned like the bourgeoisie. I'm using Marxist terminology now. You can talk about that, but that's not the point. My point, moreover, is that Jeff Bezos will do whatever it takes to make it so being Jeff Bezos matters.
But the thing is that we naturally, and when I say naturally, we've been conditioned. And I really want to stress this for anybody listening, that we've been conditioned to think certain things matter. Having a house is a condition of you. You've been conditioned to think that matters. And when I say that, I really want you to think about it. You know that shelter is inherently something that you need in order to survive in the world. We all, like, as a child, as a baby, the literal goal, like, protect them, keep them sheltered. You wouldn't just say, okay, baby's born, go feed yourself and shit. Like, there's gotta be support for it. At the same time, we commodify the things that are supposed to aid us moving forward every single time. You know, we've commodified a bigger house, we've commodified having a bigger family, a bigger car, you know, these things. When it comes to the inherent wealth of a billionaire, it's not impossible for that billionaire to be Globus the Elder. 63, struck it rich on a lottery ticket, gambled the whole shit in one stock, took a bet, and then boom, dada boom, bing, he made it. Now he's 60. I'm sorry, I already gave you an age, but he's 64. He's 64, and his leg is really hurting. He knows a dude who's a Trekkie, who's in the science field, who's been talking about prosthetics, advanced prosthetics. Bro, but the government won't, I give it to you. And then, oh, we're already at the transhumanism, posthumanism thing. Now we can start talking about, oh, it's to assign value to these people always puts me in the position where I say, yo, I know my life would be drastically different if I had a lot of money, but for what causes would it be? Would I still not be interested in like running a Nerf league? Would I still not be interested in like buying the newest computer and like seeing what I could render in After Effects? Like, if all those things start sapping out because I have business meetings, I gotta go here, there, everywhere, then I naturally will be dissuaded from that lifestyle. The fact that these people have all this money and haven't opened their mouths to say that would be cool, and yes, this is going to end up with the fake ass billionaire Elon Musk, like the fact that like your brain went to Mars instead of like let us somehow end pregnant mortality rates for pregnant women. We've got the science, we've got the tech, we just made a vaccine in 7 months. We're gonna develop a pill, you take it, baby healthy. Like, his focus is on cat turd. You really, you feel me where I'm trying to come at? Like,
Yeah.
his focus is on cat turd. Like, we already can't assign emotions to these people because they're just vapid. They're high schoolers. High schoolers who struck it rich, never, like, were around people. Of course, I'm gonna suck your dick. You got billions of dollars, yo. You could pass me a cool crisp 20 right now, and I'm good. Like, to assign our indignation towards moving forward on a society where wealth will be accumulated at the top, it really automatically puts the entire society under the control of those who just won't say certain things. That's why we're getting this big right-wing expansion. That's why I'm afraid about the expansion of AI. because everybody gets distracted on the nice shiny thing, and everybody like us is gonna say, "Where's the dude who's got a couple mil in the bank, who's trying to make an automated system that they could say, yo, I'm only selling this to companies who unionize." Where's the? This isn't impossible thought. This shit takes 3 days. Like we're about to see the UPS strike. This shit take 3 days. We don't gotta work that hard for it. The question is, why has no one said it yet? And that's why, like, I render that conversation, or that's why I agree with Globus. Like, I render that conversation moot in my head, because for them that's Tuesday. For us, that's fuck. I really hope if I have a daughter, like, she able to make it, bro. You feel me? Like, the difference is so vast. It's like I don't want to give you that power to make that change. I think somebody should say that to their face. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll add on to this a little bit. Like, you can get to posthumanism, but the second topic here is futurology, and we're kind of already there. We're discussing now not just AI, but moreover the predicting that future and knowing. And some of us are more cynical than others. Like what I see essentially more recently. I'll focus a bit on the U.S. here. We have firstly the Supreme Court arguing that I forget exactly which tribes, but that basically the Native people don't have the right to the Colorado River, I believe it is, or whatever section. And I'm really being a bit of an amateur here, not looking up specifically what I'm talking about, but more a matter of that even as, like, we have access to near infinite water, or not infinite, obviously, but so much more through things like desalination. Elon Musk has talked about this, and everyone else is talking about it. Why don't we have those? Because it's not profitable, and it's not a matter of the people that are suffering are not the people that it would be inconvenient to have suffer yet. And so you still have people, for example, in Canada, not having access to fresh water, and you could with just a little bit of that money, not very much. Like you have all these things, like Elon Musk it would take $5 billion or however much to cure world hunger in America, or whatever the fuck it was. The specifics are not so relevant as the fact that we're not seeing these mass advances. What we're seeing is constant wasted opportunity because they're not having the thoughts we are having. It's not even just about thoughts, though. It's also a matter of that they're not going. No one gives you the tools to destroy themselves. Like no institution gives you the tools to destroy it. Never.
I 100% do not agree with that.
I disagree as well, and I'm going to speak over you because it's the ADHD thing. If y'all watch Tim Robinson, I'm sorry, I'm just quotes. Stop, hold on, let me go first. I'm doing something. Okay. Oppenheimer could have stopped.
You went right to Oppenheimer. Go.
Wow, this is going to be good.
Oppenheimer could have stopped. Rockefeller could have stopped. Like Dianne Feinstein could have stopped. Ruth Bader Ginsburg could have stopped. Giving these people the keys for some reason turns them into something that they are not. Like this is not I feel like every tool we are giving is only led closer to our own self-destruction because we don't view tools to help others. And I really want to just use one fucking example, and I know people gonna be pissed at me for this because it's a consumerist example, but like when you are black and you living in a hood and you don't got the newest sneakers, people degrade your self-worth. People roast you for not having name brands. Now, that stopped a while ago, thank God. But I'm also not a child, so I can't say it stopped. Based on what I see on TikTok, though, I think that's still going. What I mean to say is, even with no resources, you will still use, like, the tools of, quote-unquote, the oppressor to demean other people, even if you're not even thinking about it. These large-scale motherfuckers, these Oppenheimers, we created the web, the Facebook story. What is it called? Silicon Valley. There's a movie about it. Whatever. It's like you knew what MySpace was, and you transformed it into a seamless experience for what? To make money or to bridge people together. You knew what these tools had underlying because you had developed them in a fucking room. You knew what this was going to be like. You didn't put safeguards in place. Now we're talking about disinformation based on AI images inside of political videos, and like you don't have to do none of that. Oppenheimer could have stopped, is my point.
and to respond directly to what Zero said, I would say exactly the opposite. The 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 tools that are created are the very tools that the people use to do their revolution or what have you, right? Like how much of the Arab Spring was organized over social media, right? How the mass manufacture of firearms that led to World War One also created the tools that were used by various revolutions around World War One. I think that what happens is that we get a little too like myopic, a little too zoned in on these 5 minutes, and we are often not able to appreciate how history has actually unfolded, right? And always the tools that were like in the same way that culture creates counterculture, the creation of a tool for a purpose creates the opportunity to use that tool for other purposes.
I might hand this off just to some others as well. I want to have everyone be able to speak on this conversation. So Illuminati, if you want to add, and then also Velvet just joined. Welcome in.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Hello. I don't have anything to say. It was really well said. I'm gonna rescind my hand. But hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome. And also, like, I'll just give a quick rebuttal. Like my point, and again, this isn't really debate. So I think where our disagreement isn't again on the end, rather on how these will be reached. Like I figure that it's never been like it wasn't the factories themselves that led to the end of child labor. It was the mass protest. It was even the burning of factories that did child labor by the early Luddites that led to things. It's the political revolution, not the technological one, that actually changes these dynamics. Now, it is, of course, you're going to change the material conditions through that technological revolution, but it doesn't actually change the dynamic at play, I don't think. And I think that when I mentioned that no institution gives you the tools to destroy, I don't mean they don't give you tools. I don't mean that they don't even create the tools. Rather, that they're not going to just offer you them. That really it is sort of it's a mass negotiation, and that whether the negotiation be done via violence, whether it be done through bargaining, whether it be done through voting, any circumstance, the people at large, those that lack capital, are those that are also going to lose the negotiation.
Well, I have to. You have to let me respond to that.
Yeah, please do.
To the second part, yes. Like the organization of people being able to explicitly state their desires is what creates the future that we wish to create in whatever circumstance. I feel that organization is important on all those levels. But to go back to what you just said, those labor movements, though the anti-child labor movement, the organization of the industrial workers, all those things existed because they took a bunch of different people and put them in the same location. They created the thing that would eventually rise up to ask for more. They had people out in the fields and living on their farms, and maybe you saw your family and a couple of families around you, and then a few times a year you went into town, and we were like very separated. Then they industrialized and brought a bunch of people into these factories on lunch, after work, at the bar. All these things led to those labor organizations happening. This is what I mean about them giving the tools, not just the actual physical tool like the gun and the wrench, but the actual, like, they create the environment under which these things spring forth and exist.
I think that's not necessarily. Well, of course, people, like, I don't know. I do agree that these systems create the conditions for which they can be destroyed. That is That's not necessarily what I mean by I'm saying giving someone the tools. I more mean that they produce the tools, but they will do whatever it takes so that they're not in our hands. And I see that being done with the surveillance state. I see that being done with these sort of like basically the idea, like it's basically shifting the goalposts is really how I see it. And I don't know if the power relationship really changes in like, I don't know. I think it may be a sort of semantic difference that we have. In that case, I'll happily hand it off to someone else because I feel like debating semantics is not necessarily nearly as important as learning from each other. And we also have other hands. So Velvet.
I had a completely different thought, but in the same realm. Is it all right to
All right.
introduce it? Or
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the craziest things to me, and I actually learned this recently, was that Hitler idolized Henry Ford. That is really insane. And when you think about it, Hitler is viewed as horrible, like by a majority of people, but Henry Ford is viewed as one of the pillars of American society. But Hitler was literally trying to emulate him. Hitler doesn't think he did as good as Henry Ford did in the long-term damage for America with its relation to both property and to marginalizing oppressed people. The permanent damage that Henry Ford caused is what Hitler strived to cause to the Jewish community.
Huh. I think this actually might be a very interesting road to go down because we've discussed sort of 18th century or in the like. We've discussed sort of also 19th century. Now we're moving to the 20th century.
Hold on. Quick thing. Hitler also had a picture of Henry Ford in his office. This is real shit.
I've heard about this, and I'm not an expert on Henry Ford, although I do know a bit about. Like I also know that like if I'm not mistaken, Henry Ford was like extremely opposed to I've recently been learning about like Einstein and his political history as well, and it was like they were almost like mass enemies. I don't remember that well enough to discuss that in space, but like Henry Ford was a rather far right political figure, and like almost I'd argue in a similar sense to like the old Elon Musk he really was. I think. I don't know why I phrased it like that. I'm not. Whatever. Let's see. Anyone else who wants to add to this?
I think the difference between Elon Musk and Henry Ford is that Henry Ford accepted the fact that he was an absolute psychopath and ran with it. Elon Musk denies that he's a psychopath and runs with it.
Another difference between Henry Ford and Elon Musk, and after all that buildup, like I hate to give Henry Ford any kind of credit, but it's a small little divot of credit because Henry Ford didn't need to know everything. He would have to push the button on the desk to call the guy who knew about the thing, which is something I don't think that Elon Musk's ego allows him to do. And I think that little tiny fractional speck of dust compared to everything else about Henry Ford is something that can be taken as, like a positive. We don't need, as individuals, to know everything. We need access to the people who do, which is, again, bringing it back to AI, something like ChatGPT or other LLMs that allow us to take large amounts of data and be able to query it on a personal level. I think that creates more of that type of environment.
What does that look like? Like, can you give me an example?
Like, for instance, right now, like today, there is, y'all know what Dropbox is, the storage service. Dropbox is adding AI to its service so that you can query the stuff that you have stored in your Dropbox. And we covered today an article about a guy who took ChatGPT and was able to train it on the rules of particular board games, right? And I have a lot of board games. Some of them are quite complex in their rules and everything else. And the ability to do that has value in that circle. But when I looked at what he actually did to do it, basically it's ChatGPT, a plugin for ChatGPT that allows it to look at PDFs, and then the PDF. So if I had a PDF of like every biology paper over the past year, I could then take that PDF, plug it into ChatGPT, and now I can directly query all this information rather than what it would take to read each individual paper that has come out over the past year. Does that make sense? You follow me?
Yeah. That's actually very interesting. Like the sort of exploits of things like ChatGPT. Is this sort of like more of an exploit, or is it like a direct feature? What do you say?
It's a 100% direct feature.
Gotcha.
And this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Imagine someone like Corey, the biochemist, who is able to do exactly that. And he and I have had this conversation, so I can speak comfortably about what he would think. The idea is that he could take all these papers and just have an assistant that has the time to read them all, and then all Corey has to do is ask his specific questions to that assistant, and then the assistant can give him what he needs. How much more effective is Corey the biochemist under those circumstances?
One thing to deal with here in terms of asking knowledge of AI is that they're pretty often wrong. We even had, I forget which one this was, but like one that like completely, I don't remember, it was related to like astronomy, and like, I think it was Google that lost like millions or even billions of dollars in their stock because they tested out this AI, and it was like, it completely got wrong a basic fact about the Hubble Space Telescope.
Yeah, that has to do with BART, and as far as I'm concerned, that's a prime example of why capitalism is a poor mechanism for resource distribution. But
of course.
What the issue is with this is a thing that they refer to as hallucination, which I think is a terrible word, but it's what they've chosen, and that's what we're going with. This idea that ChatGPT or these LLMs make stuff up is indicative of the guardrails that are put in place and the way that they are trained, because the reason that they quote unquote lie to you is because they are trained to provide you with an answer under like any circumstances. They are trained to satisfy your needs. There are mechanisms, again, that already exist that can be used to minimize or completely eliminate these hallucinations. And there are many domains in which those hallucinations simply don't exist. And a lot of it has to do with how people structure their prompts to the LLMs, why they get the responses that they do. Like there are issues related to grammar, there are issues related to semantics, and there are issues related to simply how we speak. Again, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm saying this is the worst that it will ever be, and it will only continue to get better over time. When we identify a problem, we can then address that problem. And obviously, these companies, again, I'm just looking at them to do what is in their own best interest. They are going to need to address these problems for the utility of their tools. So they will address these problems. And as I said, AI Explained is another great channel on YouTube. Or again, you can just come on people can watch my show. This is the kind of stuff I talk about. But people already have mechanisms in place in order to address these issues where the AI looks at what it said and identifies whether or not what it said was accurate and true, basically.
This kind of reminds me of the two generals problem.
Which one is that?
Basically, I'll try and summarize it. So it's I think it's like a mathematical / logic problem where imagine basically you're in a siege and you have two generals on the same side and they need to basically decide when to attack. And so when General 1 sends to General 2 a message saying, let's attack at this time. And then, of course, you'd say, well, maybe they're going to attack at the time planned. But what if General B didn't? What if General 2 or General B didn't receive the message? So then the idea is that General B must send back to General A, and that may, or General 1. I don't know why I'm mixing between. That basically, eventually, if you do this enough times, then it becomes very likely that, yeah, they're attacking at the same time. But sometimes it isn't. And that's actually explained within programming, is the reason why sometimes you'll end up with sort of like someone basically paying multiple times for the same food order or something like that. That's basically a result of that miscommunication. I think that might be that's sort of a similar problem that's occurring, I think, within AI. And it comes down to that if it's that, like, I don't know, all like you saying, like, there's like Bing's version of ChatGPT. That's the one that I'm primarily using presently. And I'll sort of ask you questions and things, and it'll always go for the same, like the first few search results. Thing is that there'll oftentimes be like, if I'm searching up, let's say, how, for example, I'd look up how many times was this product sold in all-time sales. And the first result it'll get me will probably be Wikipedia. But what if Wikipedia isn't as up to date as another source? And maybe that's a separate issue, but like what I'm saying essentially is that searching for the most predictable answer means that I guess you necessarily need to rely, like with Corey, for example, Corey would need to rely on his already existing skills in biochemistry to basically judge whether or not the AI is suffering from one of those logic problems, whether it be a matter of like popularity bias, whether it be a problem of the two generals problem where you have sort of that miscommunication, like it's not necessarily the best idea for the AI to check its own work, is what I'm saying, to a degree.
I understand what you're saying, and I am deferring to the people who know more about what it is doing and how it is doing it, that it is that tool is effective. So I am relying on those people in that regard.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see, we have Way, we have Illuminati. Anyone who wants to add on to this, like basically, like what is the biggest concern that people have in regard, like Globus, like when you find people that are sort of very cynical about AI, and I might be cynical to an extent, but I don't think I'm on the harsh end of things, but I think it's a matter of, I really think that a lot of effort, not just necessarily, I don't think that the concerns about AI need to entirely come from those specialized in AI. I think a lot of them need to come from people involved in sociology, it needs to be very much multidisciplinary. And that's a concern that I'm not really seeing.
Yeah,
or rather, a solution that I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I know, I would agree. And to draw on what Paradigm said earlier about what would Globus do with a bunch of money kind of thing, like one of the, like, you know, when you had that idea, what if I hit the lottery, one of my ideas that I would do is exactly what you're talking about, is set up a little working group of 20 people, cross-disciplinary, who, you know, are all working on this particular problem and addressing it from their domains to make sure that there is a more holistic approach, that kind of thing. I agree, excuse me, that there needs to be more of that. But again, capitalism is a poor distribution model. And that's actually my answer to what you were saying about people being cynical about AI. Obviously, one of the biggest places is in art, right? Like, artists have very, very strong opinions wherever they fall on AI in art. And it goes back to what I said kind of all the way at the beginning, is is your issue really with AI creating art, or is it that, you know, AI took your job? If we can address your material concerns, then AI art just becomes an aesthetic choice. It's not taking anything from you. You might still not like it for aesthetic reasons, and that's totally valid because that's how art works. But, you know, in that regard, I think that a lot of people's issues around AI really stem from how, and it's adjacent to, like the immigrant took my job kind of thinking, except the AI doesn't have a face, it doesn't have a soul, we don't have to care about it. who cares what the AI thinks? It's a robot, right? So
And that's
people
where
get
Big
themselves in
Trans
that mode.
comes in. That's where Big Trans comes in to transify our kids right there where they think we not paying attention. I'm woke, I know.
Yeah, I think that's sort of, it reminds me, like, whenever someone says, like, X took my job, it's like, is your problem that group or is your problem capitalism?
Right, exactly, 100%.
It's like, it's honestly, like, I also deal with this in psychology. Really, the root of a lot of these issues comes from that very, you mentioned, like, inefficient, like, you find things like planned obsolescence. Very simple example would be like freaking bubblegum. Like, you can make that last for hours if you wanted to, Willy Wonka style. You don't, because it's incredibly unprofitable of an idea. Or you deal with this with cars, you deal with this with products like cars used to be, made primarily with like steel or iron and like, and I don't know exactly the proper material. What I more mean is that nowadays it's more plastic, and you also find that products last not nearly as long, and it's like, that's not efficient. And so why, and you also will see, like, for example, with MIT, I think like one of the things that really drove me to the left was seeing, I think it might have been a tweet from like MIT, and it was like their science energy department, and they said like that basically the energy costs for electricity were going below zero, and that they had to just stop producing. I'm like, but then why are people going about power?
Right, like when, remember during the pandemic when oil hit $0 a barrel or -$dollars a barrel for like 10 minutes? That right at that point in time was when I'm like, okay, so we all get oil for free now, right? Like we get it.
Yeah, like we
won.
It's sort of, people get stuck in that austerity, and they figure austerity is reality, like that it's somehow some kind of like primordial force that everything must be the zero-sum game.
Right.
Yeah, we have Velvet with his hand up.
I want to say that I think the number one benefit of AI is that it came up with that beautiful picture I sent to the group the other day.
Oh God.
I think should be the profile picture.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I love AI art. Like I love the now I mostly love the AI art that I create, right? Which I think mixes a lot of aesthetics that are difficult to mix in reality, which is one of the things that I enjoy about creating with AI. Like I'm currently looking at a picture that like it's a circuit board and there's mushrooms growing out of it, and the mushrooms are in all these fanciful colors that mushrooms cannot be, and then some of the mushrooms have circuitry within the cap. So it's like this kind of thing that you can do that departs so much from reality that I love it. I'm a fan. I don't know what picture you sent to the group. I didn't see it, but it's probably something special.
I'm gonna have to send it to the space. It's beautiful.
No.
Not to the space.
No.
Oh.
It was mildly lewd.
Okay.
There was a chicken involved.
I've been on the internet for 5 minutes. I'm trying to figure.
Yeah.
Can I explain? So basically, I wanted to just fuck around with AI and see what it did, right? So I typed in a big black cock breeding as anyone would, and it came up with a lewd picture of a pregnant woman, not naked but in a bikini, and a giant chicken beside her.
God,
it was great. It was a great experience. AI is really the future.
We really got all the people in here. We just got like every dynamic. I love it. It just works. That's why I call it the jank.
Yep.
I'm really excited though. I haven't really been talking much, but I actually don't know too much about AI. It's sad. So I actually really wanted to join this space and learn a little bit. I won't be on for long and cuddle with my girl, but I do want to hear some more about AI and hear some thoughts about it.
Yeah, let's do that. Like, we also have people in here like Illuminati and Way who have prepared sort of presentations. Like, it's really part of this space is not just AI. It's not just a matter of like that kind of technology, but also more general picturing that future, and especially as it's contextualized by this technological revolution. I don't know what perhaps what name we're going to call it. It's not, I don't. It's like sort of post-industrial. But like they're like I don't know, Illuminati your way. If you want to actually bring up the topics that you have as well, because we have a lot of people who are really have great expertise in fields of science and STEM.
You talk about expertise, but like I'm a student in biology, and I keep saying that I'm like the biologist from Wish.com.
I'm the philosopher from Wish.com.
I have a pair of pants from Wish.com, and they're my longest lasting pair of sweatpants. I've had them for 6 years. Y'all can be from Wish.com, but y'all can be quality, alright?
Yeah.
I try. But yeah, what is it, Wei?
I'm waiting for you talking about the biology and AI, then I will do that after. I will do the chemistry topic after yours.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let's do it.
I just wanted to make sure, like, have we moved on to the futurology section? Because like
Well, really,
mine,
we've gone all over. We haven't gone too far into posthumanism, really, except for some aspects, but we'll sort of get there. I think this is a good timing for us to move to sort of the things that, just for everyone else in here, so you know that we have Wei and Illuminati are both people from like the Jank group chat who have actually brought in like their own existing academic knowledge of things, and I think I feel like that's a good order to go in what you mentioned.
okay, well, yeah, like I can tie mine a little bit into the application of AI. There are only like certain specific ways that I can see it work. Like a big part of my job is to go on the field and to characterize ecosystems that I see, so that people can kind of like put data together and either like make maps or just like get information out of it. I don't think AI in that sense can work because you need like a entity to go on site and identify stuff. But if you want to run systems where like this is also another part of my field, like for example farming, it can work. And like there's a method of farming that is probably going to be like more popular to like answer to people's needs is vertical farming. And basically what it is you just do farming but like on shelves. You stack it vertically. And it answers to so many problems because you can put this basically anywhere, like in the city, on rooftops, and it's going to cut so much like on transport. It's usually cleaner, so you don't need to produce and use pesticides, fertilizers less. So like it cuts on a lot of emissions, and you have like a lot of parameters. It's kind of like a greenhouse where you have to watch out for like lighting, ventilation, temperature. You have to create microclimates. And like that's where I think AI could intervene. Like this can work with human beings, like as long as you understand the parameters, and as long as you are able to intervene. But like AI could really be there to kind of help you monitor systems.
Well, I did not intend that thumbs down. I'm a 50-year-old
He's
man
a
on the internet.
fucking liar! We fucking got him!
I was wondering, like, oh, okay, what is that?
Yeah, no, like literally everyone that talks about the future state, like David Shapiro or other people whose names escape me because I've been online too long today. But they're all talking about vertical farming. Vertical farming not only does all the things that you said, it lowers transportation costs and all the knock-on effects that proceed from that. When you lower transportation costs, you're also using all the things of transportation less, which then again creates, makes it cheaper and things like that. So yeah, 100%. Now, if I could ask a clarifying question, you said something about going out in the field and identifying things. Like, what do you mean by that?
Yes, basically, I'm not a biologist. I'm a student in bioecology. So that means that we kind of do like the grocery shopping of biologists. When they want to know what let's say like they want to get data on a swamp. It's our job to get the boat, prepare the sensors, prepare the instruments, and like take all the data that they're asking for, and then it's going to be up to us to also do data entry. So like you need like someone on site, usually a team
Now,
actually.
not to be the guy who's going to say, "A, AI took your job," kind of thing, but like, is there really anything that is done within that domain that could not be done with like a sufficiently advanced drone that places these sensors, takes the samples of, water, mud, plant life, whatever, all those kind of things remotely,
Um,
where
I do think there are some samples that could be taken by drone, but I'm not too sure because like a lot of instruments are heavy and you need to calibrate them. A lot of them need to be calibrated before like each use.
Mhm.
And some things like require heavy instruments. Like if you want to dig your soil to a certain depth in order to see like the different layers and to characterize it, I'm not sure how a drone, at least in the way that what we have available currently,
right.
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking, you see, a lot of this stuff relies on stuff that's like right around the corner, but hasn't actually hit the space yet. So, like you're talking about taking core samples, things like that. Having some sort of, however strong you are, the robot is by its nature going to be able to be stronger. This
Yeah.
is why we use backhoes and stuff to do digging.
Nah, sounds like a skill issue, my brother. I would simply just be better than it. But anyway.
But like this, to me, I feel like this is for like the next step version of this. I could see like you going out to the field and being assisted by these various robots and drones. Like you
I
set up
do
your
see
base
it. That
camp.
would be cool.
Yeah, and that would be like to me the next step that could happen with automation in that regard. But I'll shut up again.
I was also gonna say, like vertical farming takes energy. You can either like give it like a seasonal purpose where you use the light of natural lighting, but you can also make like crops year round by making it kind of like a greenhouse, and you could even like plug it into solar panels or like wind farms, and you supply your own energy for the LED lights, for the irrigation, for the sensors and everything. Like I think we're really gravitating towards vertical farming. And one of the ways that is super interesting is you can actually co-cultivate your crops with fish. And that's called aquaponics. Basically, you have fish in a tank who, as they live, they do like they produce waste. And then you have like the water is kind of in a closed circuit. That water goes through a tank full of bacteria that kind of plays with the molecules in a certain way. Like basically, they change the ammonia from fish into nitrates that your crops can use for nutrients. And then that water in return is filtered and returned back to the fish. And you have like a lot of parameters. It's a really delicate balance where you need to watch everything daily. And that's where I think like AI can help more because it's a really complex system that you have to watch out for. But it's
Yeah,
really gonna cut
100%.
back on water, on energy costs, and it's also like it aligns with the idea of the circular economy where you cut back on waste at every step of the production.
Yeah, I would agree that your assessment of where AI can come in and assist in that is totally doable. I think it's even totally doable where we are at today with a variety of systems and therefore inevitable in the future. So yeah, I think you're right on point there.
Right. I was also gonna like talk about Like I know CO2 capture. This has nothing to do with AI. This is really just for like futurology.
Well,
Like
go ahead.
I don't see how it would come into play there. But I thought it was interesting to talk about CO2 capture because the main issue with it, I mean, of course, it's not a panacea. It will never be, but it does have its place. And like the only reason why it's not like the direct capture from air in the atmosphere is really because they say, oh, it's less expensive to like pump CO2 in the atmosphere and do nothing about it, which is it's kind of infuriating.
Mhm.
But basically they could like take CO2, they could take like air from the atmosphere, concentrate it into a solvent, then they heat that solvent to take back that CO2 and they get injected in the earth.
hmm the video we just watched today, again, David Shapiro, he was talking about 3D printed concrete homes and the idea of using carbon capture to get that carbon and then incorporating that carbon into the cement concrete that is used to create the home. Basically, permanently sequestering that carbon within the structure. So, yeah, and again, there's
Yeah, the
where
CO2.
AI, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Where the AI comes into it is assisting us in how do we do that? How do we make one of those? That kind of thing.
I mean, yeah, the CO2 that you capture doesn't just have to be put in the earth. You can use it for building materials and such. And like another, like the natural way to, how do you say, like, what is the pronunciation in English for like sequestration or like sequestration?
No,
That was correct.
the first time.
Sequestration, first one.
No, yeah, a sequestration, like queen.
Sequestration. Okay, I'm not American, by the way, but
Totally cool.
I don't want to claim being American, so we could both be not American.
okay.
Yeah, I don't even want to claim being Canadian.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the natural way to sequester as much carbon as possible is to have forests, but like there's a balance to it. Mature forests who are like at the end of their succession actually use less carbon. So logging can be done responsibly where you have kind of a steady state of like growth in the forest where plants need more CO2.
Yeah, absolutely. And in particular, what comes to mind is Native Americans. Native Americans have a lot of historical practices around, forest maintaining, right? So this is a perfect place to incorporate their community's knowledge within the greater benefit of mankind.
Yes, and like a lot of the CO2 that you can capture can also go back into these vertical farming greenhouses because like a lot of times in greenhouses you have to inject CO2 so that it's better for the plant growth.
Wow, this is really, really informative, this space. I don't know why. I have nothing actually to add. Honestly, I'm sorry. Should I hand this away or?
I'm just gonna say one last thing.
All right, please do.
When I present things, I really like to write it down and leave it available for anyone who wants to like consult. Because like if you're like me, and you hear people talk, sometimes you space out. So it's good to like come back to a support that was there. So I put the notes on the space.
Yeah, absolutely. And anyone who has any thoughts about the space, anyone who has any questions, if they're a listener or anything like that, please just comment on the space and hopefully someone will bring it up.
I'm a speaker, but I do have a question. So I hear a lot of positive benefits of AI, and I don't know if we've yet to see a downside to it. But usually good things do have one, right? Do you guys see any downside to AI automating tasking?
Its existence. Its existence is the downside. It makes us have
What does
this
that mean?
conversation before the human race is ready to have it. And when I say before we're ready to have it, I'd like to yet again remind everyone here that we are both thinking, we are at thrice thinking about mining the moon. I just found out about that.
Oh,
we
wow.
are trying to go to Mars, and everybody on Earth can agree that like we're still doing the satanic panic thing here on Earth. Like
Yeah.
we still we're simultaneously saying we're gonna colonize other planets, and we can't get together on like one thing here. This AI's existence lays bare what we already knew from the pandemic, exposing like a festering wound, but even deeper so. Now it's like you don't really value art. You don't really give a shit about where it comes from. And the fact now that you can have the keys to it and you'd rather just drive the fucking car instead of learning that it like turns heavy to the left when you press on the gas pedal means you're gonna get into an accident quicker.
I'm playing Forza right now. I feel you.
That you get me? Like you feel me? Thank you. That's all I needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I remember I wrote a whole like essay on this at one point, and it's like basically one of the main like lines to it was, I don't have the whole thing on hand, it was for college, but it was like our technology has so far outpaced our ideology that the
Hello?
Yeah, you just went ghost there, man. I felt like there was too much power behind the statement. There was too much power behind the statement.
Wait. So I just disconnected at the weirdest time. Okay, let me repeat that. So the statement was, our technology has so far outpaced our ideology that it seems to us that the technology is the problem.
Yeah, I don't find this as being an unusual problem, though. I think that.
Well, no, you're more positive online, but the thing is that you don't necessarily hold like there's so many people out there that are so disturbed by these advances in technology that has to do with the fact that it ends the world that they know. And also it comes down to like there's like all like ableism, for example, as was mentioned, like the pandemic, like a lot of biases, particularly ableism, at least from my perspective, have been unearthed. And it's like that is an ideological failure that if you were thinking of a coherent world, you might, I don't know, it's sort of an absurdist thing. It's like it is really absurd to me that we have this world where we have these access to fix all the problems, and the reason we're not fixing them isn't because we can't, but rather because we just won't. And that has a lot to do with the ideological lack of advancement. So go on.
See, that's the problem. See, that's the problem with these conversations. And I'm being contrarian when I say the problem, just for the sake of being contrarian. But that's the problem with these conversations is like, and I hate to say it this way, but poor people like we've been telling y'all this forever.
Yeah.
Like Harry Potter, for all its intention, is written that way. Why the fuck would you have fascism in a world where you can transfigure things? Nobody needs money. How the fuck is there still a wealth class? That had to have been written into the fucking story, right?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that with Harry Potter.
You have these tools at your exposure, and you're wondering like, why don't we? It's because it would take the onus of you can only justify your existence when you die because you'll leave something behind. Those people who have money get wrapped up in the money. The money gives them a voice. Everybody can have Twitter. Everybody's equal until everybody's not. It's this pinball effect of like, yo, I could have told you a long time ago. The reason why your shit is fucked is because you never let us tell you how to make it unfucked. Until somebody listens to somebody tell you how to make it unfucked, we're going to be stuck this way. Not because they don't want to, not because they can't. Because I honestly and truly believe, like, there's a level of stupidity that, like, I think we don't attribute to these quote-unquote 1%ers.
No, I agree completely. I don't know why you feel that that's even contrarian, because I agree. I think maybe even identifying with a we is sort of falling into sort of the liberal humanism, the idea that like that all humans are necessarily thinking the same. No, it's those that have the capacity to make these changes that aren't. That it's sort of like, I don't know. I guess it's a matter of like square hole round object or something like that.
No. See, you're doing it again.
We're doing it
Now
again?
I'm gonna tell
Okay, tell
you.
me.
Now I'm gonna tell you. I done already watched that TikTok where that motherfucker put all the things in a square hole, and you're making me feel traumatic, and I don't like it.
So we just got to force it through then.
Wade's got his hand up, and I definitely want them to have a chance to speak. But just a commentary. Again, I view everything through a historical lens.
Yeah.
Like I have studied a lot of history, read many books, that kind of thing, and like I don't think human beings are ever ready for the technology that they create. And I think that the people who exhibit the behaviors that are a problem to society get dragged along whether they like it or not. Like for instance, we burn a lot less people at the stake than we used to at one point in time.
We're still burning people at the stake?
As
I'm
far
sorry,
as
I
I
had
know,
to.
we are only burning people at the stake in a metaphorical sense that
Makes
I'm
sense,
aware of.
Yeah, well, I'm going to
But
this to Wei, and then I'm going to hand it to JM.
100%.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the space, Zero, and thank you, Pizza, for helping. And I was listening earlier, and this is a wonderful discussion. I want to just cut in the discussion to bring a 10 minutes-ish of update on AI and chemistry and biomedical research and drug discovery into our overall discussion of the AI and our future. Basically, I'm going to bring out the update of the first the current status and development of AI in chemistry first. Then I'll bring my conclusion the second. Then I'll take another 5 to 8 minutes ish to explain why I have that kind of view on AI in chemistry. So first, the current status of AI in chemistry is very promising, and from my point of view, people are more excited and more confident than the actual result accuracy. If we recall that when AI introduced into the chess playing, there was a program called Deep Blue and Beat the Human. That's the probably the most exciting news in the past few years in the natural science and the STEM field. That we know we have a powerful new tool, artificial intelligence, to do the intelligent work that human brain can do, which is true, factual for chess playing. This is kind of straightforward to see because chess playing follow a strict rule. That rule can be used the natural science logic flow and to code into language and become a package of instruction to let the machine to make a decision the same as a human can do. And the machine has an advantage here, but just because the modern computer can do the compute much faster in a short period of time than human brain. Human brain is more complex than a computer CPU and then the calculation, but overall the speed, I think the computer beat human, but that's fine, that's normal, and that's
If I can just ask, like, is this like largely due to that in chess, at least to my knowledge, in chess it's really a large number of very small scale choices, really not necessarily binary choices, but you only have you can only have so many moves to make at one point at any time in a chess game. Yeah,
it's finite.
It's very
finite.
clearly and definably finite. Yeah.
But also it's large scale because there might be a million possibility. But still, it's a finite possibility. So the computer actually beat human in this aspect. So shortly after the Deep Blue, just a few years later, Nature or Science, one of those top journals published the AI in chemistry. What they did is that they used AI to predict a drug substrate. A technical term for that discovery is an inhibitor for a particular protein or enzyme which is causing a disease. So that means human in 2020 are able to use computer to design a drug that can be targeted specifically to cure a particular disease, which is true in that particular case. However, that is more of a luck, and build on the human knowledge from the past century and using large amount of existing a database to come up to that result. So here's why that result is a very exciting result. However, it's just a lucky outcome in that particular specific example of drug discovery effort. First, that we know that human disease are normally associated with the malfunction of enzyme in the human body. Human body is made up from all those actually made up from atoms. All of us actually what happened in the human physiological and biological sense is also about chemistry. We actually have a very specific field for this called biochemistry, or chemical biology. They all use the chemistry tools to study what happened in a biology system. So what happened? Enzyme is a large protein, a modified protein that can function as a catalyst to carry out biological reactions in the human body. So when that goes wrong, so there might be some disease happens. So in that particular field, and looking at enzyme to fish out the new drugs, they use use a model what we call the lock and key model. What happens that they study the particular enzyme first and figure out the active site. The active site normally has a very particular shape called pocket. Then if a substrate are able to fit into that pocket, which we call an inhibitor, which means an alien molecule take up a reactive site in the enzyme, which will block the actual biochemistry reaction designed in human body by nature. So in that particular case, this kind of design can derive a small molecule can be used as a drug to treat particular disease. So what happens here? How the AI did this job? The AI actually used a database called protein database, which database has been built by human scientists, basically, and most of the chemistry and biologists and chemical biologists. They, from the past 100 years of work on the crystallization of enzyme, that they deposit the partition coordinates into that protein data bank. So the AI result basically just used our human knowledge to predict that particular successful drug design in 2020. So here's what I'm saying. So the AI is extremely helpful to release scientists from very tedious work. Like the one the AI in finding the particular drug in 2020, that type of work will probably take 20 years for a large research group to come up with that project. But in the year 2023, this can be done in a few weeks. So this is wonderful. However, still at this stage, AI in the drug discovery is still in the level of using the empirical result and to predict and to train the program to more efficiently to find the specific target out of millions of candidates. So this is pretty much the current status of AI in the drug discovery, and I hope on it because many scientists are working on particular, very specific improvement. We call it energy minimum. The actual computer program are able to find the specific key and lock fit. Is because we use a energy function that to minimize the result of the energy, which will find the best fit. So the current status, the accuracy of the energy minimization in the computational chemistry is around a few tenths of kcal per mole, which is a very, very rough and very bad estimate. And there are scientists working on this field to improve this accuracy. In the past few years, that there has been some really nice improvement done, improved 10 times more accurate than what we know a few years ago. So that means with the better computer in the future, with a better computational chemistry technique, and we're able to facilitate and speed up the drug discovery like we never seen before. But still, at the end, there's no creativity in the entire process. So therefore, my prediction is that in chemistry field and drug discovery field, AI will never replace an actual chemist. All right. That's all I want to present for today. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give it to Hans in a second, but one thing I really find interesting is that this reminds me in a strange sense of also AI's limitations in the matter of it cannot create, or rather, maybe that's a question to ask rather than just a statement. But first I'll hand this to to Jan, who has their hand up for a bit. Welcome.
Can I actually respond to that real quick before you move on?
Fire hands rule is like generally 30-second responses. So yeah, go ahead.
I will make it quick. Again, because of my conversation with Corey Campbell around exactly this, AI was able to predict a particular molecule related to antifreeze, and it was able to predict beyond just the molecule itself, because the molecule required the inclusion of H2O, which was not factored into the protein. It was able to predict that H2O existed within that regard. And also AI has been able to provide them with something along the order of like 2 million possible proteins that haven't necessarily been subject to crystallization at this point in time, but are available, and there's a reasonably high confidence around that. The other thing related to that is I don't regard humans as particularly special in that like there is nothing that humans do that a sufficiently advanced AI wouldn't be able to accomplish. I think that judging what it may be able to do in the future based on what it's able to do now is not the way we should be necessarily perceiving that. I just wanted to point that out.
See, I'll hand it to Jan. Jan, you're currently muted.
Oh, I just wanted to add the previous conversation we had about like why billionaires don't think as we do. I think Globus know about a problem called the paperclip optimizer. That's the fear of AI going rogue and just optimizing everything into paper to produce more paper clips. So basically what happens with billionaires, I think they are actually this problem already that exists, pretty much capitalism. We just optimize everything into money, profits.
100%.
Yeah, it's like completely unrestricted capitalism has the same results. And so instead of actually, it's like very much difficult to actually face that you're the problem of society. Like Elon Musk has to come up with his like strawberry fields forever idea of the AI apocalypse. He argues that it's more reasonable because it's not Skynet, but it doesn't make it more reasonable. What it rather means is that instead of it being an invented scenario like Skynet, which is more based upon like former science fiction, we haven't really gotten into like the reason culturally why people fear that. We can get into that, but there's also, and I think it's actually really interesting why billionaires come up with this idea of that it's just going to basically make like they don't want to call it unfiltered capitalism because they often argue for completely unfiltered capitalism.
Yeah, there's a talk between I think I'm getting the names correct, Kevin Schmachtenberger and Liv Bovary about this. They refer to it as Moloch, which is a name I don't like, but the model is useful even if it is wrong. Where Kevin walks through these steps, developing up to this, this system that has these internal regulations that cause certain types of behaviors. And in that conversation directly equates capitalism and a corporation as an unaligned AI that is acting as a paperclip maximizer. So there are people talking about that who have access to the people who should know that such a thing is a thing. Real quick though, I actually have to wrap up and get offline. I've been on for quite some time. I do want to say that I have been streaming this on my channel. I am going to upload the VOD. The link to my Twitch channel is in my bio. If anybody
you can add it
wants
to space in a tweet. You can add like a link to your Twitch to like the Jumbotron. You make a tweet of it and you can add it to the space if you'd like.
I'm
I
50
would like
years
to
old
have
on
it.
the
I'm
internet.
following everyone. Don't follow me back. I post porn.
Um, the point is that like I retain all this information. My Discord has all this information. My stream has all the VODs I've ever done around AI. I want that information, that knowledge readily available to everyone who wants to interact with it. And if any of you ever want to come on stream and have a conversation around AI, Zero and Paradigm have both been on before, and I try to create a welcoming space to have real conversations around these things and really discuss the whatever issue is related to artificial intelligence and like that. It has been an absolute pleasure speaking with you. I have enjoyed my time here, and I look forward to the next time I can get in on one of these, Zero.
Awesome. I'm really happy to hear it. And also, my interview of you is probably the one that, like, if anyone's going to be watching the whole series, which is a long time, skip the one with me. I didn't really add that much.
All right,
Yeah,
my
it's
friend.
really great. I'm really happy that we had you on this because, like, you're one of the premier experts on this kind of stuff, and these spaces are good. It's like it's one of the few good things left on Twitter. And now that I've got it on Blue Sky, it's like they need to add these spaces to them. That would really pop off.
That'd be dope. I learned a lot from you, man. Thank you for coming on and just sharing your information.
Yeah, absolutely my pleasure. I will see you in the future.
I think it's been all of our pleasures collectively.
All right, folks. I hope you enjoyed that. I have exceeded my capacity. I am going to raid the paradigm shift if you want to stay with the conversation or enjoy paradigms end of month parathon thing. I'll be in there myself a little bit later. When you get old, you gotta like eat food and do stuff. Say bye to chat, Ferris. All right, folks. I appreciate every one of you, and I will be back on Friday with more AI related content. In the meantime, drink your water, eat some food, take your meds if you forgot. Shuggy loves you. So do I. Meh.